Hey everyone, and welcome to Nighttime Stories. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy these stories, feel free to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Let me know where you're watching from. I always love seeing how far these stories reach. Now, get comfortable and relax. I hadn't seen Darren in over 2 months. We used to hit the bars every weekend, but lately he'd gone dark. No texts, no calls, just radio silence. I figured he was either buried in work or dealing with something personal. Then out of nowhere I got a message on a Wednesday night asking me to come by his place for drinks. Said he needed to talk. I could tell something was off the moment I answered. His voice was low, tired, not drunk exactly, but worn out, frayed at the edges. Still, I said I'd be there. He lived in a cramped apartment just outside Eldridge's city center, not far from the old tram yards. I hadn't been to his place in a while. When I showed up, the lights inside were dim, and the glow from his multiple monitors lit up the room like a spaceship cockpit. Darren had already started drinking by the time I arrived. Half a bottle of bourbon was gone, and he had another one waiting. He poured me a glass before I could even sit down. We made small talk for a bit, but it was like he wasn't really there, just nodding, sipping, watching the clock. Eventually, I asked what was going on. That's when the mood changed. His expression went from tired to haunted. "I shouldn't be telling you this," he said, rubbing his face, "but I can't keep this stuff to myself anymore." I always thought Darren worked some boring IT job with the municipal government. Something about data routing or system management. Turns out, that was just the surface. His real job was in surveillance, specifically managing the city's closed-circuit camera systems, thousands of them scattered throughout Eldridge and its surrounding boroughs. Everything from street intersections to parks to underground tunnels and loading bays. His team was responsible for sorting through the footage and categorizing it. Most of the files, he said, were harmless. 99.99% of the time it was parking violations, loiterers, shoplifters, the usual urban nonsense. That stuff got automatically tagged and dumped into cold storage. But then there was the fraction of footage that didn't fit cleanly into categories, anomalies. For those, Darren built an AI screening program that flagged anything abnormal, odd behavior, unrecognized motion patterns, inconsistent timestamps, gaps in continuity. Most of those were still explainable. And then there were the others. He called it the Marionette Vault, a special internal server, air-gapped from everything else, where he kept what he called the real footage, the stuff that couldn't be reasoned away. He said there were only about a dozen clips in the entire archive. Some were only a few seconds long, but they'd stuck with him in ways he couldn't shake. He stood up and walked me into the side room where his setup was. 5 screens, 3 external drives plugged in, and a thick binder of scribbled notes. "You ever see something that makes you question whether you're even awake?" he asked me, without looking back. "Like your eyes are lying." He pulled up a folder labeled Stone Window and opened a clip. The screen flickered, revealing black and white security cam footage of a place I recognized, Horner Street, near the northern edge of downtown, 2 in the morning. Nothing moved. Then from the left corner, a woman walked into frame. She looked over her shoulder, screamed, and took off running toward the camera. The clip jumped to another camera angle, this one perched higher, showing a better view of the street. The woman was still running, but she was alone. That was the strangest part. No one was chasing her. And yet she was screaming like someone or something was right behind her. The footage followed her to an empty intersection, where she stopped and turned, as if cornered. Then her feet lifted from the ground. I mean that literally. Her entire body rose off the pavement, arms slack at her sides, head tilting backward, like something had grabbed her by the neck and hoisted her up. Then her head snapped sideways with a sickening jolt. Her body crumpled like paper. The screen went black. I sat there frozen. Darren poured himself another drink. "That was labeled as a hit and run," he said quietly, "officially." He told me he'd tracked down the police report. The footage had been flagged as corrupted, and the incident ruled a vehicular homicide. The real file, the one we just watched, never made it to the report. Before I could even fully process what I'd seen, he queued up another clip. This one was called Bone Crawl. Night vision footage from a subway platform, Kingswood Terminal. It was empty. The timestamp said it was around 2:40 in the morning. The station lights flickered and went out. The camera switched to infrared. Then something started crawling out of the tunnel. At first I couldn't tell what it was. Its body bent in impossible angles. It moved fast, crab-like, skittering across the tiles. It was a man, or what used to be one. Back arched backwards, limbs twisted, long hair matted in clumps, face obscured by shadows. He moved upside down, his stomach pointed skyward. I watched as he scaled the stairwell like a spider, made his way through the locked turnstiles, and squeezed through the exit gate. The next cut showed him emerging in an alley off 5th and Dorsey, dragging what looked like a small animal in his teeth. He disappeared down a storm grate. Another clip showed him again, days later, dragging something larger. This time, it was a person. The camera couldn't catch the whole scene clearly, but there was movement, kicking, screaming, then stillness. Darren whispered, "That's the one that haunts me." I didn't say anything for a long time. I couldn't. He had one more file lined up, said it was the one that scared him the most. I asked why. He said, "Because it's still happening." He clicked play, and the screens lit up with orbs. Darren leaned forward and pressed play. The screens lit up again, all showing different intersections across the city. These were wide-angle traffic cameras, perched on high poles, each one looking down on a crossroad. The timestamps showed they were synchronized. All of them were captured at exactly 2:16 in the morning on different days. The streets were deserted. No cars, no pedestrians, not even the flicker of headlights in the distance. Just cold pavement under orange street lights. Then it happened. In the center of each intersection, a soft glow appeared. It was small at first, faint, just a speck of light. Then it pulsed and grew. It didn't flash. It just swelled in size until it was about the size of a basketball, floating a few feet above the ground. It didn't cast shadows. The light didn't bounce off anything, but the glow felt heavy. Like it took up space. Not just visually. It pressed against something unseen. I looked over at Darren, but he kept his eyes on the monitors. His face was pale, still. On one of the feeds, the glow expanded further. It began to stretch, pulling its light into strange shapes. The orb didn't just float anymore. It changed form. It twisted inward on itself like smoke and pulled apart like taffy, and then it vanished, not slowly, instantly, like it had never been there. I waited for Darren to say something, but he stayed quiet. He clicked forward on the timeline. Weeks later, different night, same intersections. The footage played again. This time, the glow returned faster. The orbs pulsed and grew just like before. But this time, they didn't vanish. They shifted, they took shape, and the shape was new. It was a sort of cloud, but not like fog. It was darker, thicker. The center of it pulsed with a faint red core, like something beating deep inside. The outer layers curled and moved on their own, like fabric in water. It floated above the street, slowly rotating. Every one of the clouds looked identical. Every cloud appeared in perfect sync across each screen. Then they began to drift, not randomly. They moved with purpose, sliding down streets, navigating around parked cars, turning corners, as if they knew where they were going. The security cameras followed them automatically. Darren had programmed tracking software that could maintain a lock on any moving object. And these things moved just like anything else the software would follow. Except they weren't human, they weren't animals, they weren't drones or gas or tricks of light. They were something else entirely. The more I watched, the less I could describe them. And yet they were real. My eyes were seeing them. I couldn't deny what I was watching. Eventually the clouds stopped moving. Each one paused at an intersection. They hovered again just above the asphalt, and their shape shifted into something more rigid. They rose vertically, now resembling tall ovals. A few looked like pods, others like doors. All of them stood still, humming faintly, their red cores pulsing in a slow rhythm. That was when people arrived. On one of the screens, a group of 4 men appeared, walking home from a bar. They were laughing, pushing each other, clearly drunk. But when they saw the cloud, they stopped. Their behavior changed instantly. They weren't startled. They weren't afraid. They were curious. One of the men walked up to the cloud. He reached out and touched it. His hand vanished into it without resistance. He looked back at his friends, then took a full step forward. His entire body disappeared. The others followed one by one, all walking calmly into the pulsing mass. A full minute passed before anything happened. Then the men reappeared. They stepped out of the cloud in perfect unison. Their postures were stiff. Their arms hung at their sides. Their faces were expressionless. Each one turned, walked a different direction, and left the camera's view. Darren paused the footage and looked at me. His eyes were rimmed red, not from tears, from exhaustion. "That part," he said, pointing to the screen. "I've seen it happen 16 times in the last 6 months. Different groups, always at night, always the same result." I didn't know what to say. I felt numb, confused, a little nauseous. He clicked to the next clip. It was more recent. This one showed an older couple walking their dog at around 2:40 in the morning. The cloud appeared down the street. They noticed it. The woman tugged the leash. The man hesitated, then pointed. They slowly approached the floating mass. The dog didn't bark. It didn't growl. It just stood still, tail stiff, watching the cloud with glassy eyes. The couple vanished into the cloud. A moment later, they stepped out. The dog was gone. Darren paused again. "They leave things behind sometimes," he said. "Sometimes it's a hat. Sometimes it's a backpack. Sometimes it's a person." I looked down at my drink. My hands were shaking. I realized I hadn't taken a sip since we came into the room. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice quieter than I expected. Darren didn't answer right away. He just loaded another video. The screen showed a close-up from a higher quality camera, one of the newer models with facial recognition. It was set in a narrow alley behind the West Park offices. 2 people entered the cloud. 1 came back. The other didn't. Darren said he tried searching for the missing person in local reports. Nothing. No alerts, no police bulletin, no news, as if the person had never existed. He leaned back in his chair and rubbed his face. "There's more," he said. "Way more. But this is the pattern. It keeps happening, and no one's talking about it." I asked him why he didn't go public with the footage. He laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh. "Because if I did," he said, "they'd make me disappear too. I've seen what they do to whistleblowers, but I think it's worse than just government cover-up. I think this goes deeper. I think this is something else." He looked over at me, suddenly serious. "You're the first person I've shown this to." A long silence filled the room. I didn't know what to say. My stomach was twisted into knots. Every hair on my body was standing on end. That was when Darren showed me the final clip of the night, one I wish I'd never seen. It was a clear recording, bright, detailed, not grainy like the rest. And the people stepping out of the cloud, one of them was someone I recognized, someone I knew, but it wasn't them anymore. The face on the screen didn't look directly at the camera. It didn't need to. I knew that face. The moment it appeared, my stomach dropped. It was Kelly, my cousin. We hadn't spoken in months, but there was no mistaking her. Same walk, same posture. She stepped out of the cloud slowly, like the others. Her arms were loose at her sides, her face unreadable. But something in her eyes was off. There was no light behind them, no spark. The Kelly I knew used to laugh loudly, wear wild-colored scarves, and get excited over the smallest things. The woman stepping out of that cloud looked like a wax figure made to resemble her, not the real thing. I looked at Darren, waiting for some kind of explanation, but his eyes were fixed on the screen. His mouth was a thin line. After a few seconds, he paused the footage. I could hear the hum of the hard drive spin down. I asked him when that was recorded. He said 3 weeks ago. I pulled my phone out and texted Kelly, just something simple. Hey, how have you been? The message sent, but the read receipt never came. Have you talked to her since this? I asked him. Darren nodded slowly. A few days ago, I didn't tell her I'd seen this. I just wanted to know if she was all right. And? She answered everything the right way. She sounded like herself, I guess. But it didn't feel right. I don't know how else to put it. He was right. I had that same feeling, like a song where all the notes are in the right place, but it's missing the soul. I asked him what he thought was happening, what he thought the clouds really were. He leaned back in his chair, rubbed his eyes with his knuckles. I don't know. That's the worst part. I have theories, sure, but nothing that fits all of it. Sometimes they show up randomly. Sometimes they appear in patterns. Some nights there's more than one. Other nights, nothing. And the people who go in, they always come out looking fine, healthy. But they're not the same. Something is different. Something under the surface. That silence settled over the room again, thick and hard to breathe through. I couldn't get the image of Kelly's face out of my head. I wondered how many others I'd passed on the street, in the store, in traffic, people I used to know, or maybe just strangers who weren't entirely themselves anymore. Darren got up and poured us both another drink. Neither of us touched it. He set down his glass and said, I don't think it's just replacing people. I think it's collecting something, or testing, like it's trying to figure us out. The way he said it made my skin crawl. I asked him if he'd told anyone else. He shook his head. I keep thinking about going to someone, a journalist, a cop I trust. But how do I explain all this without sounding like I've lost my mind? And if I'm right, if someone is letting this happen, then what if they already know? What if they're okay with it? It was hard to argue. The deeper we went, the worse it all felt. Darren clicked open another folder on his desktop. This one was labeled simply, Stay. The screen showed more camera feeds, but this time they were all from neighborhoods, driveways, backyard cameras, home surveillance systems. The timestamp on the first file read 4:53 in the morning. The street was dark. The houses were still. Then, the camera caught movement. A figure emerged from behind one of the houses and slowly walked down the sidewalk. I watched it closely. It was a man, tall, slender. He wore normal clothes, jeans, a sweatshirt, but his arms didn't move when he walked. They stayed pinned at his sides. His legs moved just slightly too smooth, like his joints were loose. The skin on his face was pale, almost gray under the streetlights. He moved with purpose, straight down the street, pausing only once to look directly into a front window. Darren pointed. That's a return. You're sure? He nodded. I ran facial matches. He was recorded entering one of the clouds 3 nights earlier. This is him afterward. I felt another chill ripple across my skin. The man stopped at a driveway. Then he stood there, perfectly still, for over 2 minutes before turning and continuing down the street. He never knocked. Never broke in, just stared. We watched 3 more clips, all of them the same. Individuals who had entered the cloud were later recorded visiting random homes, staring into windows, sometimes standing for hours before disappearing into the dark. I turned to Darren. Why are they doing that? He shook his head. I think they're studying us, or maybe remembering something. I don't know, but I don't think they're acting alone anymore. I think whatever came out of that cloud, it's not just walking around like us, it's planning something. The air in the room felt thinner by the minute. I felt like I was suffocating just from sitting still. Darren's hands were shaking as he scrolled through the final folder. This one was labeled Voice. He clicked a file. The screen stayed black, but speakers came to life with audio. It was quiet at first, just soft ambient city sounds. Then a voice came through. At first, it was whispering. Then it said clearly, "We see you." The voice wasn't normal. It was layered, like multiple versions of itself speaking at once, slightly out of sync, male and female, high and low. It sounded like it wasn't recorded from the outside, but from inside someone's head. I froze. What is that? Darren looked at me, his eyes wide. That file showed up on my work server. It wasn't recorded by any camera. It was just there. No data trail, no metadata, no explanation. It just appeared. Like something uploaded it directly. I didn't ask who he meant by something. I didn't want to. As we sat in that room, surrounded by flickering monitors and endless files, the weight of what we were seeing finally hit me. This wasn't about one strange video or a conspiracy theory. This was happening. This was real. Something had arrived, something we didn't understand, and it was already walking among us. I told Darren we needed to figure out our next step, that we had to do something. He didn't answer right away. Then he looked at me and said, quietly, "I don't think we have much time." The following morning, I woke up on Darren's couch, stiff from the awkward angle I'd passed out in. Sunlight was peeking through the slits in the blinds, but even the light didn't feel right. It felt cold, pale, like something trying to imitate morning. Darren was already up. I could hear him moving around in the kitchen, the soft clinking of a spoon against a mug. When I sat up, I noticed the monitors were still on, most of them now paused on different frames of the cloud footage. It was as if the images had stayed frozen all night, watching us sleep. Darren walked into the room with a coffee for me. He didn't speak at first, just handed me the mug and stared at the monitors. "I didn't sleep," he finally said. "I kept thinking about what we saw, about Kelly, about the people in those clouds." I nodded, taking a sip, the coffee bitter but necessary. "What happens now?" I asked. He shrugged. "I need to know if it's still happening, if there's been any new sightings. I checked the feeds this morning. No new orbs last night, but that doesn't mean it's over." He clicked his mouse, bringing up a new folder. This one was labeled Activity Logs. He opened a subfolder called Unknown Movements. The first few files were nothing we hadn't seen before. The odd cloud pulse, a few recordings of the same cloud forming at separate intersections. But then we came across something different. The file started with a standard city street, just after midnight. Empty. A few parked cars. Streetlights flickering slightly from wind or faulty wiring. Then from the left side of the screen, a figure entered. It was a man, middle-aged, wearing a suit, briefcase in hand, walking with purpose, except his stride was mechanical. The same distance between every step, every arm swing identical. He looked like a person pretending to be a person, and then he stopped in the middle of the street. From the top right corner of the screen, a second figure entered. A woman this time. She wore casual clothes, a jacket and jeans, her hair tied back. But she too had that same unnatural walk. She stopped opposite the man. They didn't speak, didn't wave, just stared at each other. Then, at the exact same time, they turned toward the camera. The image froze. Darren didn't press play again. "That happened 3 nights ago," he said. No record of either of them living on that street. No one reported anything strange, but I ran facial recognition. Both of them entered clouds last month, different nights, different parts of the city. I didn't say anything. I just stared at the screen. My chest felt tight, like something was sitting on it. It was starting to become clear that the clouds weren't just changing people. They were coordinating something. Darren opened a map on one of the monitors. He'd been tracking the cloud appearances. There were dozens of pins across the city, blue for first appearances, green for disappearances, red for returns. The red ones were beginning to form a pattern. They weren't scattered randomly like the others. They were slowly building toward something, a shape, a direction. He pointed at the screen. "If it keeps up like this, they'll all meet here," he said, tapping a point in the center of the map. "Right in the financial district, downtown." "What's there?" I asked. "A lot. Government buildings, news stations, corporate headquarters. If something was planning to make a statement or a move, that would be the place." A chill ran down my spine. It wasn't just about isolated incidents anymore. This felt like preparation, like the calm before something far worse. We spent the rest of the day reviewing more footage. In one video, a man entered a cloud in the middle of a deserted park. He reappeared minutes later, then walked to a nearby bench and sat motionless for hours. In another, a child approached the cloud alone and entered, but the figure that came back out wasn't walking like a child. The gait was taller, more deliberate. I started to feel nauseous watching it all. My mind couldn't keep pace with the unease curling tighter with every passing clip. These clouds weren't random. They were doing something, making something. Changing people in ways no one could see until it was too late. As night began to fall, Darren turned to me. "I need to show you something else," he said. "But you have to promise me you'll be careful with it. This wasn't archived with the others. I found it hidden on a server used by emergency services. I don't think I was supposed to see it." He opened the file. It was body camera footage from a paramedic responding to a call in a residential neighborhood. The footage was shaky as the paramedic ran up the sidewalk toward a house. The dispatcher in the background was calling it in as a code gray. That usually meant psychiatric. The paramedic entered the home. The camera panned across a living room with toys scattered across the floor. A woman stood in the corner, shaking, pointing down the hallway. The camera followed her direction. At the end of the hallway was a boy, maybe 10 years old, sitting calmly on the floor. The paramedic approached slowly, asking if he was hurt. The boy didn't answer. Then he looked directly into the camera and said, "You're not supposed to see this yet." The footage cut out. Darren leaned back, his face pale. "That was 2 days ago. I traced the call. There was no record of any dispatch to that house. No paramedics were logged. The child doesn't match any known identity." But the footage was still there, hidden in a place no one would check unless they knew where to look. My throat was dry. What does that mean? Darren didn't answer. He didn't have to. The message was clear. They knew we were watching. They had started to speak back. The tension in Darren's apartment was impossible to ignore. Even with the curtains drawn and the lights dimmed, everything felt exposed. It was like the footage had bled into the room and made it impossible for anything to feel normal. Neither of us spoke for a long time. We just sat there, watching the blinking cursor on the paused video, hearing the echo of that boy's voice in our minds. "You're not supposed to see this yet." Darren eventually stood up and paced toward his desk. His fingers hovered over the keyboard before he pulled up another folder. This one was labeled Crossmatch. I leaned forward as he clicked through file names, most of them looking like combinations of locations, times, and initials. He opened a file called Jackson Square Lot B. It was surveillance footage from a parking garage. The timestamp read just after 3 in the morning, a week prior. The camera looked down on a row of parked vehicles, everything quiet. Then a man appeared at the edge of the frame, walking with the same 2 consistent movements we had seen before. He stopped near a white sedan, then turned his head slowly, looking directly at the camera. No expression, no hesitation. He stood there for 30 seconds. Then a woman entered the frame from the opposite direction. She approached him without speaking, and the two walked out of frame side by side. "What is this?" I asked. Darren's face was tight, his eyes locked to the screen. "That's Dr. Patel. She was one of the first people I traced from the cloud footage. The man with her? I didn't recognize him until I ran his image through some old city employee directories." He clicked open another tab and pulled up a photograph. The same man, smiling, in a staff ID photo. "That's Walter Bramley. He used to work in the city's infrastructure office, retired 5 years ago." I squinted. "So he came back?" "No," Darren said, dragging another window over. "He died 3 months ago. Heart attack at home. It was in the paper." I stared at the two of them walking off into the grainy dark. Darren leaned back, rubbing the back of his neck. "That's what I've been trying to piece together. People that reappear after the clouds, they're not just changed. Sometimes they're not even the same people anymore. Or maybe they are, but something else is wearing their faces." I couldn't breathe properly. Everything in my chest felt too tight. My fingers gripped the edge of the table without realizing it. Darren stood and crossed to the far side of the room. He unlocked a drawer and pulled out a slim black binder. Inside were printed screenshots, notes, and maps. All handwritten, not saved on any system. He flipped through them until he reached a spread covered in red marker. "This is a timeline," he said. "These are the cloud appearances. These are the people we know walked into them. These," he pointed at the red symbols, "are the ones that came back." "What about the ones that didn't?" He hesitated, then pulled out a separate page. "Missing persons, hundreds of them, spread across neighborhoods. No connections, no patterns. At least, that's what the authorities say. But I've been cross-referencing their last known locations. Many of them disappeared within 24 hours of a cloud forming in that area." I didn't know what to say. Darren let out a breath. "We're not just watching a phenomenon, we're watching an invasion." That word hit like ice water. I stood up and paced the room. "What are we supposed to do? We can't exactly go to the police with this. We'd sound insane." He nodded. "We can't, and besides, some of them might already be compromised." My mind reeled. "Then what? Just keep watching while more people get taken?" "No," Darren said. "There's another way. I've been monitoring the energy spikes around cloud events. It's subtle, but it's consistent. I think I can trace them back to where the source is." My eyes locked on his. "You think there's a source?" "There has to be. Something is creating these things. If we can find it, maybe we can stop it." That felt like a long shot, but it was better than doing nothing. We started prepping that night. Darren pulled together mobile drives, copied key footage, and packed a bag with backup batteries and camera gear. He said the next surge was predicted to happen around the edge of the old Fairgate industrial zone. Most of the buildings there were abandoned, the whole area fenced off after an electrical fire years ago. No one would question if something strange was happening out there. No one would even notice. As we drove through the empty streets, I kept checking the rearview mirror, not for cars, but for people walking too still, faces watching too long. Everything outside felt just slightly wrong, like we had already crossed into something we couldn't escape. We parked near a rusted-out gate and climbed through a tier in the fence. The air inside was different, heavier. Each step echoed too loudly. The old warehouses loomed in the dark like sleeping giants, their windows broken and their steel siding rusted to orange and brown. Darren's equipment was already picking up something, a rising signal, slow but steady. He pointed toward one of the larger buildings at the center of the complex. "There," he whispered. "Whatever it is, it's strongest there." We approached the building carefully. The closer we got, the worse the air felt, like walking through static. My skin prickled, my vision blurred at the edges. I had to blink constantly just to focus. And then I saw it. A glow. Subtle at first, barely visible through the cracks in the structure. We reached a broken window and peered inside. There, floating silently in the middle of the vast open space, was a cloud, larger than any we had seen before. It pulsed gently, each wave of light rippling outward like a slow heartbeat. Around it stood people. Dozens of them. Perfectly still. Eyes closed. Arms by their sides. All facing the cloud. My body froze. My breath caught in my throat. I recognized one of them. The woman from the first video Darren ever showed me. She was still wearing the same clothes. Darren's voice came barely above a whisper. "It's not just creating copies. It's holding them, feeding off something." We needed to leave. We needed to get this footage out and figure out what came next. But just as we turned, we heard movement. Behind us, more people were approaching, from the other end of the building. They were walking with the same too-perfect rhythm. And they had seen us. We did not wait to see how many of them were coming. Darren shoved the camera into his pack, and we ran. Through the broken window, across the uneven lot filled with weeds and rotting pallets, past the fences and rusted scaffolding. Our boots pounded the dirt and concrete like it might give way beneath us. We did not speak, Breathing was already hard enough. Every instinct in me screamed to get away from that warehouse, from those unmoving people, from that impossible cloud pulsing in the dark. When we reached the car, Darren fumbled with the keys, dropping them once before we got the doors unlocked, and climbed inside. He started the engine, and we peeled away from the lot without even checking the mirrors. The silence in the car was thick. The tires hummed against the road, but neither of us said a word until we were back under the glow of normal street lights. When we were finally far enough that the signal on Darren's meter had gone silent, he pulled the car into a parking lot and shut off the engine. We sat there for a while, catching our breath. Eventually I turned to him and said, "You got all of it, right?" He nodded, pulling the camera from his bag and checking the footage. "Every second. We have the location. We have proof they're gathering. And we know it's growing." I looked out the window at the stillness of the city around us. Everything looked normal again. But that was the problem. Normal was now just a mask. Something had gotten in, and it was wearing our faces. Darren packed everything into a hard drive, backing up the footage in triplicate. He stashed one copy at his place, one in a lockbox at a local bank, and gave the third to me. I took it without saying anything. We both understood that if one of us disappeared, the other would have to be the one to sound the alarm, not to the police, but to someone who might actually listen. Journalists, maybe, researchers, anyone who still believed in truth. Over the next 2 days, we tracked activity in the surrounding neighborhoods. Clouds were no longer just appearing downtown or in the subway system. They were moving outward, into the residential blocks, into places where people did not question flickering lights or silent streets. We started mapping their patterns, trying to anticipate where the next manifestation would occur. But they were always a step ahead. I began noticing people around me acting strangely. A neighbor I had known for years stopped smiling. His wife stood at the window for hours without blinking. I saw the mail carrier walking her route with the same too-perfect pace we had seen on the footage, never slowing, never adjusting her path, even when she bumped into someone. Darren was seeing it too. We were afraid to even talk on the phone anymore. Every conversation happened in person and always in motion, as if staying still made it easier for something to find you. Then the messages started. It was a Wednesday night when I got the first one. An email from an address I didn't recognize. No subject line, no greeting, just a link to a video file. I should have ignored it, deleted it, but curiosity won. I clicked. It was a still shot from one of the city's traffic cameras. Of me, standing outside my apartment. Only it wasn't me. The person in the video looked just like me. Same clothes, same haircut, even the same bag slung over his shoulder. But something in the posture was wrong. The angle of the neck. The way the arms hung slightly too still. He stood there for several minutes before walking off down the street. My phone buzzed with a new message. This time it had words. Soon. I rushed over to Darren's place, hard drive clutched in my bag, and pounded on the door until he let me in. I told him everything, showed him the footage. He went pale but said nothing. Instead, he pulled me to his laptop and showed me his own message. Same video, only this time the lookalike was standing outside his building. The message underneath simply said, "Ready." Something had changed. We were not just observers anymore. We were targets. We spent the rest of the night planning our next move. We needed to go back to the warehouse, as insane as that sounded. Darren believed the cloud was the center of it all. If we could get closer, maybe record more, maybe get something no one could explain away, we might have a real shot at exposing this. He also said something else, something I had not expected. I don't think it's just copying people. I think it's learning. I frowned. What do you mean? He tapped the folder labeled Pattern Repeats. The people that come back, they don't just walk the same way. They act the same. They say the same things. It's like it starts simple, just mimicking movement. Then it gets smarter. It starts talking, smiling, blending in. That's what makes it worse, I whispered, because then you stop noticing. He nodded. Exactly, and eventually, we won't be able to tell at all. We waited 2 more days, just long enough for things to settle. Then we made our move. Late at night, under heavy cloud cover, we returned to the industrial zone. This time, the warehouse was empty. No lights, no glow, no figures. Just dust and silence. I felt something tighten in my chest. It's gone? Darren was already scanning with his device. No, it's not gone. It moved. He turned slowly in a circle, following the signal. It pointed not to the building, but to a spot in the lot behind it. A manhole cover. Heavy, rusted, but still intact. We looked at each other. Neither of us wanted to do it. But we had come too far. Together we pried it open, the metal screeching loud against the night. A wave of damp, stagnant air hit us. Below, a rusted ladder descended into darkness. I climbed down first. Each rung felt slick. My hands trembled, but I kept going. At the bottom, a narrow tunnel stretched out in both directions. The walls were brick and concrete, some covered in moss, others in graffiti. Darren joined me, holding a flashlight, its beam cutting through the shadows. We moved slowly, following the signal. And then we heard it. Not footsteps. Not speech. But breathing. Not ours. The sound of breathing echoed through the tunnel, bouncing off the wet stone walls, soft but steady. Not fast, not panting. Just calm, measured inhales and exhales, as though whoever or whatever was down here had been waiting a long time and saw no reason to rush now. I motioned for Darren to kill the flashlight. The tunnel went pitch black. My heart beat so hard I thought it might echo too. We pressed ourselves to the wall, barely daring to breathe. The breathing grew louder, closer, steady as a metronome. I gripped the edge of my bag, feeling the cold metal of the backup flashlight inside, but did not dare turn it on. In the dark, the rules felt clearer. Movement meant notice. Sound meant exposure. Stillness was survival. Then, just like that, the breathing stopped. A soft clicking sound followed, like something tapping against the tunnel floor, then silence again. We waited another full minute before Darren whispered, barely audible, "We need to go, now." He turned the flashlight back on, careful to aim it low. The tunnel was empty. No movement. But something had definitely been there. We moved fast and quiet, following the signal on Darren's reader. It spiked as we turned a corner, passing rusted old maintenance doors, long unused electrical boxes, and collapsed sections of wall. The air grew colder as we descended deeper, the signal growing stronger. Then we reached it. The chamber. It was wide and circular, like a cistern that had once held water, but now sat empty. At the center was a massive metal frame, rusted and open like a gate, with no door. Around it were dozens of broken security cameras, shattered monitors, piles of worn-out hard drives. The signal on Darren's reader was off the charts. In the middle of the frame hovered one of the clouds. This one was larger than any we had seen before, the size of a van, swirling in slow fractal spirals. Its surface pulsed with soft light, glowing and dimming like it had a heartbeat. We didn't need to be told. We knew this was the first one, the source. Darren whispered, "It's not just spreading, it's building something." I nodded slowly. The clouds were not random. They had intelligence, direction. And this frame, this gate, it was not just decoration. It was functional. It was part of a process. Darren pulled out his camera. I stepped closer to the edge, staring at the way the light inside the cloud twisted reality, bending the shape of the room around it ever so slightly. Like it existed halfway in and halfway out of our world. Then the breathing returned. But this time, it was not alone. From the tunnels behind us came footsteps, dozens of them, uniform, heavy, not running, marching. Darren spun, the camera still in hand. I grabbed his arm. "The exit," I said. We turned and ran. But the tunnel behind us was no longer just a tunnel. It was filled with them. People, or not people, standing still, watching. We backed away. "There has to be another way out," I whispered, heart racing. But the only other path was toward the cloud. Darren looked at me. "We have to destroy it." I knew he was right. We didn't come just to document anymore. If we left it here, left it growing, it would not stop. The city would fall. The people who had already changed, who had gone through, were only the beginning. He pulled a flare from his bag and lit it. The red glow spread over the chamber, casting dancing shadows across the curved walls. He tossed it underhand toward the base of the frame. Then another. And another. Each landed perfectly, the chemicals hissing as the heat spread. The cloud pulsed sharply, suddenly agitated. Then it began to shift. It folded in on itself, changing shape, condensing. A low sound came from it, like metal bending under enormous pressure. We stumbled backward as the air around us grew warmer, and the very walls of the chamber began to hum. Darren grabbed the last flare and ran forward, hurling it directly into the heart of the cloud. The light burst, and the entire chamber went white. I do not remember hitting the ground. When I woke, it was morning. I was lying in the alley behind the warehouse. My body ached, and my ears rang like I had stood next to a bomb. Darren lay nearby, unconscious but breathing. The manhole was sealed behind us. No glow, no cloud, just sky. He woke a few minutes later, groggy and coughing. We sat together in silence, trying to piece together how we got out. We didn't have answers, not clear ones, but something was gone. We felt it. Like a weight had lifted from the air around us. Back at his place, we reviewed the footage. Most of it had been wiped, corrupted, like the light had burned through the electronics. But some remained, blurry images, fragments of code, the silhouettes of those not people standing in the tunnel. It was enough to know we had not imagined any of it. The next few weeks passed in a strange haze. Things went quiet. The signal reader stayed flat. The footage Darren had collected over the years showed no new activity. The orbs were gone. The clouds had stopped. The people who had changed, if they were still out there, had gone quiet too. Maybe disconnected, maybe dormant, or maybe they had never been people at all. We backed up the remnants of our evidence and stored it far away. We told no one. There was no one to tell. Who would believe it? A city infected by something that wore our faces. A silent invasion no one ever saw. Darren moved away first, left the city entirely. I stayed a little longer, but eventually I left too. Every now and then, I feel that hum in the back of my skull, like a memory trying to resurface. I hear that breathing in dreams. I see the light when I close my eyes. But I know we stopped something. Maybe not forever, maybe not everywhere. But here, at least, it ended. And I never go near those tunnels again. Not even in daylight. Have you ever followed a rule without knowing why? A rule that looked strange or pointless, but felt like it carried a hidden warning. Maybe something your gut didn't fully understand, but made you obey it anyway. Some rules are there to protect you. Others exist to protect something else, from you, or from getting out. I didn't understand that until I became a ranger at Marrow Ridge. My name's Devin, and I'm 22 years old. I used to think working in a national park would be peaceful. Scenic trails, friendly hikers, maybe the occasional bear sighting. I thought it would be quiet, easy, but Marrow Ridge wasn't like any park I'd ever visited. It wasn't even on my radar. I never applied there. Didn't even know it existed until I got the call. I'd been looking for work for months, sending out application after application. A lot of silence, a lot of rejection. Then out of nowhere, one afternoon my phone rang. A low, clipped voice on the other end said, "We reviewed your file. We'd like you to start right away. No interview, no questions. Just a job handed to me like it had already been decided." I should have said no. Something about it felt off. But my savings were almost gone and I was desperate. So I packed a bag and drove west, deeper into the mountain ranges than I'd ever been before. The further I went, the more everything around me started to feel strange. The roads thinned, the trees closed in, the towns grew more spaced out and quieter. By the time I reached the ranger station, I felt like I'd crossed into a different world. The building was tucked between tall black pines, the kind that blocked out most of the sun. It looked old, more like a hunting lodge than a ranger outpost. A man was standing outside when I pulled up. His name was Hendricks. He looked about 50, thick gray beard, sun-weathered skin, heavy eyes. He barely said hello before waving me inside. The first few minutes were normal. We went over protocol, emergency response stuff, how to report animal sightings, what gear I'd need. He moved through it fast, like it was something he'd done 100 times before. Then, without warning, he opened a drawer and slid a folded sheet of paper across the desk. "These are the rules you'll follow while you're here," he said. I unfolded the paper. The creases were deep and worn. The ink looked faded in spots, like it had been photocopied too many times. The list was short, but it made my stomach twist. Do not enter the woods between 2:20 in the morning and 3:34. If you are already inside during that time, leave immediately. If you see a woman in a pale gray dress standing by the tree line, do not approach her. Do not speak. Do not let her see you blink. Ignore any voice calling your name from beyond the trees. No one is out there after dark. If you hear whistling at night, go inside. Lock every door. Wait for it to stop. If a man wearing a ranger uniform asks you to help him after the sun has set, do not follow him. Do not look directly at the tower on Ridgewatch Hill after midnight. If you see lights, close your eyes and count to 10 before turning away. If you find a deer standing still, staring at you, do not look away. Maintain eye contact. Back away slowly. Do not turn your back. They cannot move while the sun is down. I looked up from the paper, waiting for the punchline. Hendricks said nothing. His face didn't even twitch. "This is a joke, right?" I asked. "Some hazing thing?" "No," he said. "It isn't." He leaned back in his chair and stared at me for a long moment. Then he added, "Follow every rule. That's not a suggestion." I didn't press him. Something in his tone told me not to. The next few nights passed without anything unusual. I stayed in the bunkhouse behind the station, did my scheduled trail sweeps, checked the cameras. Everything seemed fine, quiet. I kept the rules in my back pocket but mostly pushed them to the back of my mind, until the 5th night. It was close to 1 in the morning. I had finished my patrols early and was going through reports in the main office when I heard it. Whistling. It was slow and tuneless, not music, just a wandering melody that floated in through the back window. I froze. It didn't sound like wind. It didn't sound like an animal. And even if it was another ranger, who would be whistling out here at this hour? The rule came to me immediately. If you hear whistling at night, go inside, lock every door, wait for it to stop. I jumped to my feet and bolted for the door. I slammed it shut and turned the lock. The back window was still cracked open, and the sound got louder. I latched it with shaking hands and dropped the blinds. The whistling circled the building. It came from the north side, then the south, then paused just beneath the floorboards. It never sounded rushed, never frantic, just slow and steady, like someone walking without purpose. My heart raced, but I didn't move. I sat in the dark for nearly 20 minutes, gripping the edge of the desk until my knuckles went pale. Then, just like that, it stopped. The silence afterward was worse somehow. It rang in my ears. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, Hendricks didn't ask what happened. I didn't tell him. But I started taking the rules seriously after that. And I started to realize something else. The rules weren't there to explain anything. They weren't there to comfort or inform. They were warnings, thin lines between what we understood and what we didn't. 3 nights later, I was on the far eastern trail, a quiet path that curved along a shallow ridge. The moon was low, spilling just enough silver light to see a few feet in front of me. The trees rustled with wind, or maybe it was something else, but I kept walking. My flashlight flickered once, then steadied. I should have changed the batteries, but I kept forgetting. I was focused on finishing my shift. I just wanted to get back to the bunkhouse and collapse. That was when I saw her. A figure standing at the edge of the tree line, pale against the dark woods. She wore a long gray dress that hung loosely over her frame. She wasn't moving, not waving. Just standing, facing me, like she had been waiting for something. My first thought was that it was a lost hiker, maybe someone who wandered too far and ended up off trail, maybe someone who needed help. But even as the thought passed, something inside me recoiled. My instinct screamed at me that this wasn't normal, that this wasn't human. Then I remembered the rule. If you see a woman in a gray dress standing near the trees, do not approach, do not speak, do not let her see you blink. I stood frozen, my breath catching in my throat, my eyes locked onto her. I could not see her face clearly, only the outline, but something about it felt wrong, too smooth, too still. She wasn't breathing. Her chest didn't rise, her hands hung limp at her sides. And then she tilted her head. Just slightly, the motion was slow, deliberate, unnatural. I realized I had not blinked in what felt like an eternity. My eyes burned, but I knew I couldn't close them. I felt like a statue trapped in a silent standoff with something I did not understand. The wind picked up, but she didn't move. Her dress didn't sway. Her hair didn't shift. The air around her was untouched. I counted slowly in my head. I didn't know what I was waiting for. A sign to run, a signal that I could breathe. I just knew I couldn't be the first one to break. Then, as silently as she appeared, she took a step backward. Then another. And then she was gone. Swallowed by the forest, as if she had never been there at all. Only when she vanished did I blink. My eyes watered immediately, and I had to lean against a tree to steady myself. I stood there for a long moment, chest heaving, heart slamming against my ribs. When I was sure she wouldn't return, I turned and walked back the way I came, never once looking behind me. That night, I didn't speak to Hendricks. I went straight to the bunkhouse, locked the door, and sat at the edge of my bed, with the list of rules in my lap. I read each one, slowly, like they were scripture. I was starting to understand. This place wasn't just strange, it was wrong. Like it sat on the edge of something ancient and hungry. And those rules were the only thread keeping us from being pulled in. By the end of that week, I had every word memorized. I never left without the list in my pocket. I followed every instruction exactly. I checked the time constantly, never stepped into the woods too late, and always kept my eyes open at the tree line. But then something new happened. I was doing a sweep just past midnight, heading up the narrow trail that led toward the old lookout point on Firewatch Hill. The path was lined with tall evergreens that blocked out the stars, making it feel like walking through a tunnel. As I reached the clearing, I looked up at the tower. It was dark. But then, as I turned to leave, I saw it. A light. Faint, barely visible, glowing in the top window of the Firewatch tower. Rule number 6. Do not look directly at the tower after midnight. If you see lights, close your eyes and count to 10 before looking away. I snapped my eyes shut. I could still feel the glow pressing behind my lids. My stomach twisted, a sick lurch of pressure building in my chest. I started counting, 1, 2, 3. Each number felt longer than the last. By the time I reached 10, the air felt colder. My hands were shaking. I opened my eyes. The light was gone. I backed away slowly, turning only when I was halfway down the path. Every part of me felt like it was bracing for something to come crashing through the trees. Nothing did. But I never went near that tower again. 2 nights later, it was raining. Not a soft drizzle, but a heavy downpour that turned the trails to mud and drowned out every natural sound. My boots sloshed with every step. The flashlight barely cut through the sheets of water. I was doing a final sweep before sheltering in the station when I saw it. A man. Standing in the middle of the trail ahead of me, wearing a ranger uniform, tall, still, water soaking through his jacket, his face shadowed beneath the brim of his hat. He raised a hand and waved. "Hey," he called, "can you help me with something?" His voice was flat, off. My breath caught. My mind reeled back to the list. If a man in a ranger uniform asks you to follow him after dark, do not go. I stood still. The man didn't move. "Lost someone," he said, "out near the ravine. Need an extra pair of hands." I didn't respond. His head tilted, the brim of his hat lifted just enough for me to see his eyes. They weren't eyes. Just two black holes, empty, bottomless. I turned and ran. The mud sucked at my boots, my heart pounded. I didn't stop until I reached the station, slammed the door, locked it behind me, and collapsed against the floor. I waited there for hours. No footsteps followed, no voice called out. But something had worn my face. Something had learned how to sound like me. And now, I was afraid that would not be the last time. The next morning, I woke up to silence. I had barely slept, my thoughts running wild all night long, chasing every sound that echoed through the ranger station. My mind had replayed the image of the man in the uniform again and again, the way he had spoken with my voice, the way he stood there, unmoving and unnatural, and those eyes, that endless black. I knew what I had seen. I just did not know what it wanted. At breakfast, I sat across from Hendricks. He looked tired, eyes rimmed red, his hands wrapped around a steaming mug of coffee that he had not taken a sip from. We did not talk about what I had seen. I did not bring it up, and neither did he. Maybe he already knew. Maybe he had seen it himself. That was how things worked at Warden's Reach. You learned quickly not to ask too many questions. Some knowledge was a burden. Some questions only dragged the answers closer. But that afternoon, Hendricks handed me something I had never seen before. It was a second list, printed on yellowing paper, the corners soft from age and handling. He said nothing, just tapped the back of it and left me alone in the mess hall. I opened the list with shaking hands. It was shorter than the one taped in my room. Just 4 new rules, 4 warnings. Do not attempt to follow the whistling after it fades. The whistler is patient. It enjoys company. If you find your own voice echoing in the woods before you speak, leave immediately. The echo is trying to learn how to be you. If the fog rolls in before sunset, do not remain outside. Fog is not scheduled. Fog is a visitor. And the last one was just one line. No explanation, no context. If the sky turns red, lie flat on the ground and do not breathe. I read the list twice, maybe 3 times. The first 2 warnings chilled me to the bone. The idea that something could be mimicking me, trying to replace me, felt like confirmation of what I had already started to fear. But the 3rd and 4th rules were the ones that stuck in my mind like splinters. Fog is not scheduled. Fog is a visitor. What did that even mean? And the sky turning red, I had never seen it, but the rule was there. That meant someone had. Later that night, I was assigned patrol along Ridgewater Trail. It was quiet, colder than usual, and the silence hung over the forest like a weight. Even the wind had stilled, the leaves unmoving as if they were holding their breath. Halfway through the loop, I heard something that made me stop in my tracks. It was faint, barely audible, but it was definitely there. Whistling. It was not like someone casually blowing a tune. It was slow, deliberate, like someone trying to lure something in, or lure someone out. I froze. The rule came to mind instantly. If you hear whistling between midnight and dawn, go inside, lock the doors, wait until it stops. But I wasn't near the station. I wasn't near anywhere safe. I ducked down behind a fallen log, switched off my flashlight, and waited. The sound circled, weaving through the trees, coming from all directions, and none at once. At some point, I realized it had stopped. But something in me shifted. I felt it. A wrongness in the air, like a storm about to break. or the pressure right before a lightning strike. That was when I heard it. My voice. It was faint at first, like someone whispering into the darkness. Then it got louder. Connor? It sounded exactly like me. It said my name the way I say it when I am annoyed. I could hear my own cadence, my own rhythm. But I had not spoken. It came again. Connor, where are you? This time, it came from my left. Then my right. Then ahead. It was mimicking me, searching, practicing. I gritted my teeth, reached for my radio and whispered, "Hendrix." He responded instantly. "You hear it?" "Yes." "Do not run." My heart thundered. What do I do? Backtrack slowly. Do not let it know you are afraid. The voice came again, this time closer, louder. It sounded more confident, more real. I began walking backward along the trail, keeping my steps slow and measured. I did not look around. I kept my eyes on the dirt in front of me. I focused on my breathing, forced it to stay even, steady. Then something stepped onto the trail behind me. I felt it, the weight, the shift in the air. I could hear its breathing. It was my breathing. Exactly the same. I didn't stop. I didn't speed up. I just kept walking. Eventually, I felt the pressure lift, the presence faded. And then I was alone. I made it back to the station before dawn. Hendrix was waiting for me on the porch, a cigarette hanging loose from his lips. He didn't ask questions, just handed me a cup of tea and sat beside me in silence. When the sun came up, I went inside, took the original list of rules off my wall, and rewrote it on fresh paper with the new ones added. I wanted to make sure I never forgot. I folded it and put it in my jacket pocket. There were no accidents here, no forgotten warnings. Everything was calculated, everything was waiting. I asked Hendrix once what would happen if I broke one of the rules, just one. He looked me in the eyes and said, "You would not get a second chance." That night, I took the trail up toward the overlook behind the station. It was one of the few places where you could see the whole stretch of the valley, a quiet clearing that felt untouched by whatever cursed weight hung over the forest. The wind whispered gently through the pine trees. For a moment, I let myself believe it was just a regular place. Then the fog started to roll in. Not a slow build, it just appeared, a curtain of white, swallowing the trees, drifting low along the ground, coiling through the underbrush. I stared at it. The third new rule: if the fog rolls in before sunset, do not remain outside. The sun was still up. Barely. But it was. I turned and ran, full sprint. Branches whipped past me. My boots slipped in the soft earth. The fog followed, not fast but deliberate, creeping behind me like it knew exactly where I was going. I threw open the station door and slammed it shut behind me. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows like hands searching for a way in. But I was safe. For now. And I knew then, without question, that something out there did not want us to leave. And more importantly, it wanted to be let in. I did not sleep that night. The fog clung to the ranger station for hours, pressing in like it had a mind of its own. It wasn't natural. I know fog can be heavy in the mountains, especially after a warm day, but this felt different. It didn't swirl. It didn't shift. It just sat there, thick and unmoving, like a wall made of breath. Even when I turned on the outside lights, it refused to scatter. It only glowed, a pale yellow haze that made the shadows deeper somehow. By dawn, it was gone. Just like that. No trace of it. The windows were dry. The trees stood still, innocent. But I knew better now. That place had rules for a reason, and the fog was one of them. When I finally did sleep, it was short and shallow. I dreamt of the forest, of the woman in white, of the echo with my voice. When I woke up, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. But it was time to head back out. Warden's Reach doesn't wait for you to be ready. Ranger Hendrix was quiet that morning. He handed me a thermos of coffee, and didn't say a word about the night before. He didn't need to. The look on his face said he knew. I wondered if the others had their own lists, their own additions. Maybe the rules were different depending on what you'd seen or survived. That afternoon, I got my next assignment. Maintenance run along the base trail near Black Rock Hollow. The map had a small note scribbled next to it in Hendricks' handwriting. Stay on the trail. If you hear bells, turn around and come back. That wasn't on any of my lists. I was halfway into the hike when I first heard them, faint at first, almost like wind chimes in the distance, barely audible over the rustling leaves. I stopped walking and listened harder. There it was again, a soft, high-pitched jingling like tiny metal bells swaying gently, not rhythmic, not coming from any single direction. The trees around me were quiet, no birds, no insects, not even the distant hum of wind through the branches, just the bells. I remembered the note, turn around and come back. But curiosity has always been my weakness. I kept walking. I know how stupid that sounds now. I had learned better. But something about the sound, it didn't feel dangerous. It felt almost inviting, like something calling gently from just out of view. As I followed the trail, the sound grew louder. Not urgent, just clearer. Like whatever was making the bells was no longer trying to hide. The trail curved sharply around a rocky slope, and just beyond the bend, I saw movement through the trees. A figure. Small, frail. It wore a long cloak, pale gray and ragged at the edges. I couldn't make out its face, but the bells were definitely coming from it. Dozens of tiny silver bells stitched into the fabric of the cloak, swaying with each movement. It stood still, facing away from me, unmoving. Then slowly it lifted one arm and pointed into the woods. Not down the trail, off the trail. I froze. The pointing continued, a silent gesture, patient, expectant. Every warning I'd been given screamed in my head. Do not leave the trail. Do not follow. I backed away a step, then another. The bells stopped. I blinked. The figure was gone. I didn't waste another second. I turned and walked quickly back the way I came. I didn't run. Running felt like a mistake, like it might follow. I just walked, my eyes locked forward, trying to ignore the feeling of something watching me from the trees. Back at the station, I didn't mention what I saw to Hendricks. He didn't ask. But later that night, I found another note slipped under my door. New rule. If you hear bells, do not approach. Do not follow. Return immediately. You may only see the bellkeeper once. Only once. It didn't say what happened if you saw them twice. That evening, I sat outside the station, just beyond the porch light, staring up at the fire watchtower. The top level was quiet, dark, the windows like blank eyes staring down at the forest. Another rule. Do not look directly at the fire watchtower after midnight. If you see lights on, close your eyes and count to 10 before looking away. I hadn't broken that one yet. But the tower gave me a bad feeling. It had been empty for months, Hendricks told me. No one assigned to it. It was too unstable. The stairs halfway up were rotted through, the radio long since disconnected. Still, some nights I swore I saw shadows moving at the top. The next few days were quiet. I patrolled during daylight, kept close to the station after dark, and followed every rule like gospel. I checked and double-checked every lock. Every flashlight had fresh batteries. I kept my jacket zipped and my boots laced tight. But I never felt safe. Not really. Because I had started to notice something else, something no one had told me about. Every night I saw the same deer. Always at the edge of the tree line, always completely still, watching. Its antlers were too symmetrical, its eyes too dark. It never moved. Not even when I tried to get closer. I'd blink, and it would be gone. I hadn't broken the rule about the deer. I had not turned my back. I had not broken eye contact, but I could feel it waiting for me to slip up, just once. I started writing down everything in a notebook. Not just the rules, but what I saw, what I heard, what I felt. A log of sorts. I figured if something happened to me, maybe someone else could learn from it. Then came the storm. The sky turned black around 5 in the evening. The wind howled through the trees, and the rain came down in sheets. Lightning split the sky in jagged lines. I stayed inside, watching from the window as the forest writhed under the storm's fury. At 7, the power flickered. At 7:05, it went out. And then, at 7:15, I saw it. The fire watchtower. Lit up. The top level glowing with a soft yellow light, swaying as the wind battered the structure. A silhouette moved behind the glass, slow and deliberate. I did not look away. I could not. Then the lights flickered. Turned red. The rule. If the sky turns red, lie flat on the ground and do not breathe. My mind scrambled. This wasn't the sky, was it, or was it? The light from the tower bled into the storm clouds, painting the sky above it a deep, unnatural crimson. I dropped to the floor and held my breath. I stayed on the floor for what felt like forever. My chest burned almost immediately, but I didn't move. I didn't dare breathe. I counted silently in my head, unsure what number I was even aiming for. There was no clock, no sense of time, just red light bleeding through the storm and the pounding of rain against the windows. Every muscle in my body was screaming by the time the glow faded. First from the sky, then from the tower. It didn't flicker off like a normal light. It disappeared all at once, like someone had pulled a plug on reality itself. When the light vanished, the wind dropped suddenly, the rain slowed, and just like that, the storm was gone. It didn't pass gradually like storms usually do. It stopped. No thunder, no drizzle, no wind, just silence. I stayed on the floor a while longer, afraid that if I stood up too fast I'd draw something's attention. Eventually, I forced myself upright. My knees cracked, and my lungs ached, but I was alive. I had followed the rule. I had not looked away. I had not breathed. I spent the rest of the night by the window, staring out at the dark tree line, waiting for something else to go wrong, but nothing happened. No whistles, no deer. Just a heavy silence and the smell of ozone lingering in the air. At some point, I drifted off in the chair. When I woke, the sun was up and the world looked normal again, but I didn't feel normal. I wrote it all down, every detail. My notebook was starting to fill up fast, page after page of rules, updates, observations, and warnings. I didn't know if anyone else would ever read it. But it helped keep me grounded. It helped me remember that the things I saw were real, and not just my mind playing tricks. That afternoon, Hendricks found me sitting on the front steps of the station, staring at the tower. He didn't say anything at first, just sipped his coffee, eyes on the same spot. "Lights came on last night," I said, barely above a whisper. He nodded once. "That's the 3rd time this year." I turned to look at him, but his face didn't change. "What's up there?" He didn't answer right away. Then he said, "It's not about what's up there. It's about what used to be." He left it at that. I didn't ask more. Not yet. Some part of me knew the answers would come eventually, whether I wanted them or not. That night, a new sound woke me up. Not a whistle, not bells. Knocking. 3 slow, heavy knocks at the front door of the ranger station. I didn't move. My body went still, heart hammering so hard it felt like I might pass out. I waited, hoping it was just the wind. But then it came again. 3 knocks, measured, deliberate. I crept over to the window and peeked out. There was a man standing at the door. He wore a ranger uniform, same as mine, same as Hendricks, but I knew instantly it wasn't him. The man's head was tilted too far to the side, like his neck couldn't hold the weight. His arms hung loosely, unnaturally long, the sleeves too short for how far down his fingers reached. He wasn't moving. Then his head jerked up, and I ducked, fast. I didn't see his face, but I didn't need to. I remembered the rule. If a man in a park ranger uniform asks for help past sunset, do not follow him. He wasn't asking for help, yet. I backed away from the window, holding my breath. The knocking didn't return, but neither did the figure leave. I sat in silence, lights off, phone in hand, even though I knew it wouldn't work. I stayed that way until just before sunrise. When I finally dared to look again, the figure was gone. No footprints, no sign of anyone at all. I didn't sleep the rest of that day. I just sat at the kitchen table, going over every rule, every note, every strange encounter. I started to realize that none of this was isolated. It was connected. Each rule felt like a barrier, a thread holding the entire park together. And I had the sense that if even one of those threads snapped, the whole thing might unravel. I wrote another entry in my notebook. New rule: if you hear knocking past midnight, do not answer. Do not look out the window. Do not move until sunrise. That evening, I joined Hendricks for coffee on the back porch. We didn't talk at first. Then he asked, "What did you see last night?" I told him, "Not everything, but enough." He nodded. "That one shows up when the veil gets thin. The tower lights are a warning. They don't always come on in time." I asked him why we were still there, why any of us were. He looked down at his hands. Because someone has to be. That night, I walked the perimeter of the station with a flashlight, making sure every door and window was locked. I felt like I was preparing for a siege. The forest was too quiet. Even the usual rustling of branches and the hoots of distant owls were gone. Around 3 in the morning, I heard the bells again. Faint, distant, but unmistakable. I didn't go looking for them this time. I closed the door, turned off the lights, and sat on the floor with my back to the wall, counting the seconds. The sound didn't come closer. It just hovered at the edge of hearing, like it was waiting for me to change my mind. Eventually, it faded. The rest of the night passed in uneasy silence. By the time the sun came up, I was already packed. Not to leave, just to be ready. I didn't know what for, but something was coming. I could feel it. And for the first time since I arrived at Warden's Reach, I wasn't sure if the rules would be enough. Because something out there had learned I was listening. And now, it was knocking. I had started to keep the ranger station fully lit every night, every lamp, every porch light, even the old halogen flood out back that buzzed like it was shorting out. I didn't care. I needed light, and I needed noise. I kept the radio on, even if all it gave me was static. Silence had begun to feel like a warning. Hendricks didn't question my routine. He knew. We had both seen what waited in the dark, and I think we both understood the lights were not for comfort. They were a defense. On the 7th night after the storm, I woke up from a nightmare I could not remember. Heart hammering, sweat soaking through my shirt. The room was cold, unnaturally cold. The kind of cold that sinks into your bones, not from a broken heater, but from something else, something wrong. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Not rot, not ozone. Pine. Too strong, too sharp, like someone had poured sap into the ventilation. My head throbbed. My mouth was dry. Then I heard it. A single chime. One bell. Clear, delicate, close. I froze. I had not heard bells this near before. Always distant, always cautious. This one had been right outside the door. I slowly reached for the flashlight at my side, clicked it on, and scanned the room. Nothing, but the scent of pine clung to the air. I got up, pulled on a jacket, and checked the windows. All shut, no figures, no eyes in the trees. Then came the second chime, this time from behind the cabin. I didn't look. I sat back down and waited, breathing shallow, fingers wrapped tight around the handle of the flashlight. The third chime never came. Instead, there was a knock. 3 times. Slow, hollow. I did not move. I did not breathe. Eventually, the knock faded, the air warmed slightly, and the scent disappeared. But I never saw what had come that night, and I never wanted to. In the morning, Hendricks was already outside when I stepped out. He didn't say anything, just tossed me a new envelope, a single sheet of paper inside. New rule: if you hear 3 bells and a knock, do not respond. Do not investigate. Remain inside until sunrise. The bellkeeper is not alone. That was new. It meant there were more, that something had changed, that things were starting to escalate. The rest of the day passed slowly. Every shadow felt longer. Every gust of wind seemed to whisper. The trees watched. I knew it. They always had. But now they were waiting. Later that afternoon, I was sent out to check on one of the southern towers, Tower 7, a place no one liked to visit. Hendricks told me plainly, if the stairs are wet, don't climb them. Come back. Let the tower be. That was the rule. Simple. I added it to my notebook. The hike was about 2 hours each way, over uneven ground and narrow trails. I moved quickly, wanting to finish before dusk. The sky was already changing when I reached the tower. It was tall, blackened from years of weather. The steps groaned as I tested the first few. Dry, at least for now. I climbed slowly. The top platform creaked under my boots. The door was ajar. I knocked. No one answered. I stepped inside. It was empty. Just a chair, a table, and the old radio set. Everything coated in dust except the chair. It had recently been used. Worn spots on the arms. A thermos still warm on the table. But no one there. I checked the radio. Dead. Then I saw it. On the wall, etched with something sharp. Words. You broke the time. I stepped back. The words were still fresh, the edges clean. I had not broken any time rule. Not yet. But maybe someone had. Or maybe something was telling me what came next. I left the tower in a hurry, not bothering to secure the door. As I climbed down, I noticed the first few steps had become slick, wet. I moved faster, boots slipping once before I caught myself. At the bottom, I turned back. There was no tower. Just trees. The structure was gone. In its place stood an old oak, gnarled and wide, its trunk charred like it had been struck by lightning a long time ago. I ran. I do not remember how I got back, only that I did. My legs burned, my lungs ached, and my throat was raw from screaming even though I never made a sound. That night, I wrote 2 new rules in the notebook. 1. If Tower 7 disappears, do not look for it again. It will not be a tower next time. 2. If you see writing on the walls, do not read it out loud. Some messages are meant to be heard only in silence. I didn't sleep. I just watched the woods. The deer came again, this time closer, right at the edge of the light. It blinked. And I knew. It was not a deer anymore. It was watching me with human eyes. They were wrong. Flat, curious, familiar. They looked like mine. I stood at the window until morning, hand on the flashlight, back against the wall. The next day, Hendricks handed me a small metal box. Inside was a mirror, a compass, and an old map that looked hand-drawn. "You're going to need these," he said. I asked him why. He just shook his head. Because the path isn't straight anymore. He was right. That evening, the paths around the station had changed. Trails I had walked for weeks now bent differently. Trees had moved. Landmarks were gone or rearranged. The forest was shifting, and it wanted me to follow. But I did not. I stood at the edge of the trees, mirror in one hand, compass in the other, and whispered a rule to myself like a prayer. Do not follow paths that did not exist yesterday, because some trails do not lead out. They only go deeper. The forest no longer felt like a place. It felt like a presence, a thing that watched, listened, and remembered. Every step I took was followed by the feeling of being observed, not by animals, but by the land itself. It had become quiet in a different way now, not the kind of quiet where everything is calm, but the kind where something is waiting. The birds had stopped singing days ago. Even the wind was hesitant. That morning, Hendricks handed me a new note, one without his usual calm explanation. It just said, Do not answer the door if it knocks 3 times and says your name, no matter what voice it uses. No matter what it promises. I didn't ask questions. I didn't have to. Something in his eyes said he had heard the knock before, maybe even answered it. The cabin felt like a trap now, a safe one, but a trap all the same. I kept the windows closed, the lights on, and the rules close. The notebook I had been keeping was now worn thin, pages bent, corners frayed. I had written so much in it, not just rules but accounts, proof that I had survived things I never thought were possible. Things that couldn't be real, but they were, every single one. That night the fog returned. It rolled in like a wave, slow and heavy, curling through the trees and swallowing up the lights. I could barely see a foot past the porch, and the glow of the floodlight only made it worse, turning the fog into a glowing wall. I shut it off. Better to sit in darkness than to give the fog something to reflect back at me. Then came the knock. 3 slow taps. And then a voice. My mother's voice. "Sweetheart," it called gently, "I need your help." I sat frozen on the floor, back pressed to the wall, eyes locked on the door. She had been gone for years, long before I ever came to Warden's Reach. I knew it was not her. I knew better. The voice came again, trembling now. "Please, I'm cold. I can't find my way back." Then something changed. The doorknob twisted. Not violently, softly, like it was trying not to wake me. I gripped the mirror Hendricks had given me and held it up toward the door, its silver back catching what little light was left in the room. The knob stopped turning, and the voice fell silent. The mirror, somehow, had stopped it. I added another line to my notebook that night. If the knock comes, do not move. If it uses your name, hold up the mirror. It fears what it cannot see. The next day, I found tracks outside the station. Not boot prints, hooves, but they were too far apart, too large. Whatever left them was moving fast and was too big to be natural. They led from the edge of the woods to the back of the station and then vanished, right where the power lines ended. I followed the trail to where it stopped, then stood perfectly still. The wind moved through the trees above, but the ground beneath me was silent. No birds, no insects, not even a rustle. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw something move. A branch. No, not a branch. An antler. The deer. It stood no more than 20 feet away, body hidden behind thick underbrush, just the top of its head visible, watching, still. I turned slowly, never breaking eye contact. 1 step back, then another. I didn't run, and I didn't blink. When I reached the cabin again, it was gone. Not the deer. The cabin. In its place stood a mirror of it, but wrong, slightly taller, windows stretched too wide, door too small. The lights inside flickered, but I had not turned them on. I didn't go in. I waited. Eventually, I turned and walked the long way back through the path I knew, the one I had mapped out dozens of times. When I got back to the real cabin, Hendricks was waiting on the porch, rifle in hand. He didn't speak. He just nodded once and gestured to the sky. The sun was setting, but the clouds above it were red. Not like a storm, not like a fire, but blood red. And then came the scream. Not from the forest, from the tower. The fire watch tower, the one that had not been manned for years, the one whose stairs were rotted and broken. The scream echoed through the trees like it had come from the very top, long and shrill, and filled with something beyond pain. It wasn't human, but it knew how to sound like one. I reached for my radio and heard static, not white noise, not silence, something between. A voice layered under it, whispering. Not words I understood, just sounds, shapes, the feeling of something crawling behind your ears. I dropped the radio. That night, no rules were written. None were followed. The lights inside the cabin flickered, The walls groaned like the forest was pushing against them. And when the knocking came again, it was not just one voice, it was many. All speaking at once, all asking to be let in. I covered my ears and shut my eyes. But the voices stayed, whispering, begging, mocking. They knew me now. They knew my name. And I was starting to think they always had. The voices stayed with me long after the sun came up. Even in the daylight, the memory of them lingered like smoke on my skin. I kept expecting to hear that knock again, to hear someone else calling my name in a voice that wasn't theirs. But as morning stretched across Warden's Reach, and the light seeped back into the trees, the forest returned to stillness. Birds chirped again. Wind danced through the leaves like it always had. But nothing felt the same. That day, Hendricks handed me a new list. This one was typed, printed on clean paper, like it was meant to be official, but there was something final about it. It wasn't a list of warnings or daily instructions. It was a list of closures, things that had changed, rules that were no longer needed. The first item on it read, "The fire watchtower has been sealed." I asked him what that meant. He said nothing, just gave me a long look and walked away. By now, I had stopped expecting answers. Everything in this place existed without explanation, like it had always been this way and always would be. The rules were a language, not a manual. You did not need to understand them. You just had to obey. But something had changed. Something in me. I was tired, not the kind of tired that sleep could fix, the kind that lived in your bones, the kind that made every sound feel louder than it should, every shadow seem longer. My notebook had grown thick with notes, sketches, and scribbled thoughts written during panic, but it all felt like a puzzle I was never meant to solve, just survive. And then came the final test. It started with a transmission on the station's old emergency radio, one I hadn't touched in weeks. The voice on the other end was weak and trembling, barely a whisper under the static. "Anyone. Copy. Fire tower. Need help." I looked at the tower through the station window, still dark, still broken, but I knew what I heard, and more importantly, I remembered the rule. Do not respond to calls from the fire tower. But something in me hesitated. What if it was someone real this time? What if someone was actually up there? I turned the radio off and stepped outside. The air was cold, still. The forest was watching. I could feel it, not with hostility, but with interest, like it was waiting to see what I would do. I walked to the edge of the path that led to the tower. The ground was wet from last night's rain, my boots sinking slightly into the soft earth. I stared at the broken stairway, the collapsed wood and rusted rails. No one could be up there, not physically. But the voice had been so clear. I took one step onto the path. The wind picked up. Another step. The radio in the cabin crackled to life behind me. I turned, heart hammering. No one was near it, no hand on the dial, but I could hear my voice. "Help me," it said. It was my voice, but not me. The same tone, the same rhythm, but flat, lifeless. "Help me," it repeated. I stepped back. The voice changed. "Do not leave, do not leave, do not leave." It chanted, faster now, more desperate. I turned and ran, not toward the tower, not toward the woods. Toward the garage, where Hendricks kept the only working vehicle. He was waiting for me there. "I'm leaving," I said. He nodded once. "You've seen what you needed to see." "I don't want to understand it," I told him. "I just want to be done." "You are," he said quietly. "Is it over?" I asked. He didn't answer, but he opened the garage door. I drove, fast, no looking back. The trees on either side of the road blurred by, their shapes stretching tall and thin like watching figures. The moment I passed the old rusted gate at the park's entrance, I felt it lift. The weight, the eyes, the breath I didn't know I was holding finally escaped my lungs. Warden's Reach was behind me. 2 hours later, I hit the highway. By the next day, I was home. But the rules followed. Not in writing, not in the form of whispers or monsters, but in habit. I still locked every door at sunset. I still checked every window twice. I still avoided mirrors after midnight. And when I heard whistling, even if it was just wind through a vent, I turned off the lights and waited for it to stop. You do not leave a place like that unchanged. You do not walk away whole. A week passed before I dared look at my notebook again. I flipped through it, rereading the things I had written. Some entries were shaky, the words barely legible from the way my hands had trembled. Some were drawings of faces I had seen for only seconds. Some were things I did not remember writing. But the last page had only one sentence, written in handwriting that was not mine. You kept them in. That was all. No name, no date, just that. I burned the notebook that night, not out of fear, but because it felt right. Some things should not be carried. Months have passed now. I live in a small town near the ocean, far from forests, far from rules. I do not work as a ranger anymore. I sell hardware. I wake up with the sun and go to bed with the stars. I have a dog named Booker who sleeps at my feet. The world feels normal again. But some nights, when the wind is right, I swear I hear bells. And sometimes, when I blink too slowly, I see her, the woman in white. But I do not speak to her. I do not approach, and I do not let her see me blink. The rules still live in me, not as commands, but as scars. And every scar tells a story. Mine says this: I went to Warden's Reach. I followed the rules, and I survived. But I never went back. My name is Adam. I am 25 years old, and if I had to describe my life in one word, it would be average. I work a pretty typical office job, 9 to 5, nothing exciting. I live alone, not because I hate people or anything, but just because I like my space. I am not rich, not even close, but I make enough to keep a small apartment and take the occasional trip when I need to escape the repetition. Traveling became my thing over the years. Not some dream of seeing the world or anything poetic like that, but I always had this goal in the back of my mind, to at least visit every continent once and meet people from different backgrounds. I was curious. That was it. I wanted to try food I could not pronounce and walk through streets where no one spoke English. That kind of thing. By the time I turned 24, I had already been to 28 countries, mostly Europe and South America, a few in Africa, a couple across Asia. But I had never been to Southeast Asia, and for some reason, that stuck with me. I kept bouncing between two choices, Bhutan or Indonesia. I had heard amazing things about both. Bhutan with its quiet mountain towns and strict tourism limits, Indonesia with its lush islands and strange, humid jungles. Eventually, I went with Bhutan. It seemed more manageable, smaller, a place I could explore quickly and then maybe catch a short flight into India or Sri Lanka afterward. I booked a round-trip ticket to Paro International Airport, checked into a modest hotel in Thimphu, took a long nap, and woke up just in time to wander out into the city after dark. At around 8 in the evening, I went to a little lounge bar tucked between two other buildings on a narrow street. It was quiet inside. I sat at the counter and ordered something local. Not a clue what it was called. It tasted sweet and strong. Somewhere around my second or third drink, a man sat beside me and struck up a conversation. His name was Dawa. He was in his 30s maybe, friendly in that calm way where you feel like he knows something you do not. We talked about nothing for a while. Food, weather, travel. He asked me where I was staying, and I told him. I probably should not have, but I was relaxed and maybe a little buzzed. He gave me his number, just in case I needed help with directions or anything. I thought that was nice. By the time I left the bar, it was close to midnight. The streets were mostly empty. I had this brief moment of panic when I realized I had no idea how to get back to my hotel. My phone was completely dead, and I had not written down the name or address. It was stupid, I know that, but it happened. There were no taxis anywhere, just empty roads and soft streetlights, and a few dogs lying in the middle of the sidewalk. I stood there for a while, trying to remember the way, before giving up and just walking in whatever direction felt familiar. After maybe 20 minutes of wandering, I gave up on finding my hotel and just looked for any hotel. I needed a bed and a charger. That was it. Eventually, I spotted a place down a side road. It did not even have a sign I could read. But there was a front desk and a tired-looking woman who gave me a key to room 34 without asking too many questions. The building looked old but well kept. My room was on the 3rd floor. It was small and had this oddly sterile air freshener smell that reminded me of dentist offices. Inside, there was a single bed, a mini fridge, a little wooden desk, a fan, a small window with thick curtains, and a television that looked about 20 years old. I tossed my bag down and collapsed onto the bed without bothering to check anything. That was when I saw the paper. It was neatly folded and placed on the pillow, like it was waiting for me. I picked it up and read it slowly, thinking it was some list of hotel policies or emergency instructions. Instead, it said this: "Welcome, guest. For a comfortable and safe stay, please follow these rules exactly. Rule 1. If your bed begins to shake during the night, do not panic. Go into the bathroom immediately and stay there until you hear a loud shriek. Only then may you return to bed. Rule 2. If you wake up and see someone standing beside your bed eating something, remain perfectly still. Observe what they are eating. If it is a human body part, make and maintain eye contact. Do not move. If it is anything else, you have 40 seconds to run to the bathroom, retrieve the hammer taped under the sink, smash the mirror, cut your wrist slightly, and sprinkle your blood on the figure. It will vanish. Rule 3. If you hear screaming in the hallway, do not open the door. Do not look through the keyhole. If you do not see it, it cannot hurt you. Rule 4. Keep the curtains closed at all times. If you hear scratching on the window, open the curtains and look directly into the creature's eyes. Do not show fear. When it roars and disappears, you are safe. Rule 5. No matter what you see, hear, or feel, do not leave the room until 6 in the morning. The entities will try to convince you otherwise. They will imitate loved ones in distress. Do not open the door. Rule 6. If you hear your name called from the bathroom, use the hammer or the pistol taped under the bed to end your life quickly. The alternative is much worse. Do not ignore this. Rule 7. If the toilet flushes on its own, get under the bed immediately. A creature may enter the room and investigate. Remain still. If you are lucky, it will leave after another flush. Rule 8. The phone in the room cannot make calls. If it rings, do not answer. The sound that follows will cause bleeding and potentially irreversible damage. I read the list twice. My first reaction was to laugh, but something about the tone, cold, direct, no jokes or warning signs. Just then, I heard a light scratching against the window. I froze. I did not want to move. Every instinct in my body told me not to, but the scratching continued, slow and steady, like someone dragging their fingernails across glass. My hands were already sweating. I remembered the 4th rule. If you hear scratching on the room window, open the curtains and look the morbid creature directly in its eyes. Fear motivates it. Do not flinch. I stood up carefully. The room was dead silent except for the sound at the window. I reached for the curtains. My fingers felt like they belonged to someone else. I pulled the fabric aside, slowly. And there it was. The thing standing outside the window was tall enough that I could only see from its chest up. It looked like a twisted blend of man and beast. Thick black fur covered its body, but the face was something else entirely. The eyes glowed bright green, too bright for this world. Its snout was long, lined with jagged teeth. It looked part wolf, part bear, and completely wrong. It stared at me. I locked eyes with it. My jaw clenched so hard I thought my teeth might crack. I did not move. I did not breathe. The thing leaned closer, pressing its massive face against the glass. Its breath fogged the window. Then it roared. The sound was unlike anything I had ever heard. A deep, guttural howl that shook the walls and sent a jolt of cold panic down my spine. I fell backward, my knees buckling from the force. But the creature had already turned away, vanishing into the darkness like it had never been there. I sat there for a while, trying to slow my breathing. My heart felt like it was trying to claw its way out of my chest. I checked the curtains again. Nothing. Just a dark, quiet street outside. I climbed back onto the bed, still fully clothed, and pulled the thin blanket over me. My body was trembling. I did not even try to fall asleep. I knew it would not happen. I stared at the ceiling, watching the faint shadows shift across the room. Then the phone rang. A sharp, shrill sound that shattered the silence. I stared at it. 1 ring, 2 rings. I counted to 5 in my head. I did not touch it. Eventually it stopped, but the ringing had left a buzz in my ears. The silence afterward felt even louder. Then I heard the toilet flush. That sound hit differently. The rules came rushing back. If the toilet flushes on its own, hide under the bed immediately. I slid off the mattress and crawled underneath, heart pounding so loud I was sure it would give me away. The space under the bed was cramped, dusty. I could barely turn my head. I waited. Something entered the room. I could hear it moving, the sound of claws scraping against the wooden floor. Slow, heavy steps, sniffing. It was smelling the air like it was hunting. I saw thick, matted fur moving past the edge of the bed frame. I shut my eyes and prayed it would not check underneath. Then I felt something brush against my leg. I almost screamed. It grabbed me and dragged me out in one sudden pull. I hit the floor hard, choking on panic. I opened my eyes and came face to face with another creature. This one looked less like the thing from the window and more like something from a nightmare. A tall, bent figure covered in dark fur, with twisted legs and yellow eyes that burned like fire. It sniffed me once, then again, then tossed me across the room like I weighed nothing. I crashed into the wall and dropped to the ground, dazed, but alive. The creature did not attack again. Instead, it turned, walked back into the bathroom and shut the door behind it. Then the toilet flushed. I did not move until my breathing slowed. I dragged myself onto the bed and just laid there staring at the door. I was done pretending this was all a joke. Every part of me ached, and the fear was so deep in my bones it felt permanent. I must have passed out at some point. Maybe I blacked out. I do not know. But the next thing I remember was light spilling through the window and birds chirping outside. It was morning. I stood up and checked the room. The bathroom was empty. No signs of the creature. The curtains were still drawn. The paper with the rules was gone. The bed looked like it had not been touched. I grabbed my bag and ran. I rushed down the stairs, past the front desk, but no one was there. The entire building felt abandoned. I pushed through the front doors and stepped out into the street, breathing in the morning air like it might cleanse me. I turned to look back at the hotel, but what I saw stopped me cold. It was not the hotel. The building was charred black, half collapsed, no lights, no signs, no windows. Just a burnt-out ruin with a strange stone sculpture at the top, shaped like a horned figure with wings spread wide. I do not know how I missed that last night. I backed away slowly, heart pounding again. Then I ran. I did not stop until I reached a cafe I remembered passing the night before. I charged my phone there and called Dawa, the guy from the bar. He picked up on the second ring. I told him everything. Every detail. He laughed at first, then saw my face and stopped. He agreed to meet me. An hour later, we were standing in front of the ruins. I showed him the building. He looked at it like he had never seen it before. I told him everything again, slower this time. He listened, nodding, but something in his expression changed. Then he said something I still cannot forget. This place used to be a church, not the normal kind. They worshipped something else here. It burned down 20 years ago. No one goes near it anymore. I asked him how I could have stayed there. He just shook his head. I could not make sense of it. I do not remember much of what I said after Dawa told me about the church. I think I just stared at the blackened building, trying to piece together something that made sense. There was nothing to go on, no signs. No staff, just that burned-out structure with a horned figure watching from the rooftop like it had always been there. We stood in silence for a while. Dawa kept giving me these strange sideways glances like he was trying to decide whether or not I had lost my mind. I do not blame him. I felt the same way. I asked him again if he was sure about what he said, about the place being a church. He nodded, but more hesitantly this time. It was a long time ago, he said. Before I was even born, my uncle used to talk about it. Said weird things happened there. People went missing. One time someone found a goat tied to the altar with its eyes cut out. I almost laughed, but not in a funny way. It was more like I could not figure out what to do with my face. I did not know if I should be terrified or just walk away and never think about this again. He told me not to go near it. I assured him I had no intention of doing that. Then I asked him if he could help me get back to my actual hotel, the one I had originally booked. He said he would. The walk there was quiet. I kept looking over my shoulder, even though the streets were bright and full of people. It was weird how fast things returned to normal. Just a few hours earlier, I was hiding under a bed from some creature that smelled like rot and had hands the size of frying pans. Now I was walking past people selling fruit and children playing soccer in the alleyways. Back at my original hotel, I collapsed on the bed and tried to sleep, but I could not. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw green glowing eyes at the window or heard the toilet flushing by itself. I kept checking the bathroom, just to be sure. Eventually, I called the airline and moved my flight up. I told them there was a family emergency. They did not ask for details. I had 2 more days left on my original itinerary, but I could not do it. I could not stay in this city another night. When I finally boarded the plane, I felt a small sense of relief. Not full relief, but enough to breathe a little easier. I stared out the window as we took off and watched the buildings shrink beneath us. I thought about the room again, about how the entire place had vanished the next morning. I still had the paper with the rules folded in my jacket pocket. I had no idea why I kept it, but something about throwing it away felt wrong. When I got home, I tried to go back to normal. Work, groceries, talking to people like everything was fine, but I could not stop thinking about it. I would be in the middle of typing out an email and then remember the sound of claws scraping across the floor. Or I would hear the pipes in my own apartment and freeze, heart racing, expecting something to crawl out of the bathroom. Then the dreams started. The first one was not that bad. I was just walking through a hallway lined with doors. At the end was a room with a single bed and a window. The curtains were drawn. I walked closer. I could hear scratching. I woke up drenched in sweat. The next night was worse. I was back in the room, the same bed, the same layout. But this time there was someone standing beside the bed. I could not see their face, just the outline. They were eating something. I tried to move, but I was stuck in place. When I finally looked down, I saw what they were holding. It was a hand, a human hand, fingers still twitching. I woke up screaming. By the end of the week, I had started sleeping with the lights on. I could not explain it to anyone. I tried telling one of my friends. I left out the monsters and the rules. Just told him I had ended up in the wrong place while traveling, and that something messed with my head. He nodded, but kept glancing at me like he was waiting for me to laugh and say I was joking. Then came the phone call. It was just after midnight. I was still awake, watching some old movie on low volume. My phone rang. The screen said unknown number. I hesitated, then answered. There was no voice, just static, a low buzzing hiss like something crawling across the wires. I pulled the phone away from my ear. My head started to throb. I could hear a high-pitched tone buried under the noise. It made my teeth ache. I ended the call and turned the phone off. I sat in silence for a while. then reached into my jacket and pulled out the folded paper. The same rules, the same terrible instructions. I reread each one, slowly, word by word. I thought about that night, about what would have happened if I had picked up the phone while I was still in the room, or if I had ignored the toilet flush, or broken eye contact with the thing at the window. The rules were not just strange, they were precise, measured. Each one had a purpose. I wondered who had written them, and how many people had not followed them. I told myself it was over, that it had to be, but the fear would not leave. It was stuck to me now, like smoke on clothes. I could still feel it even in the middle of the day. I kept the lights on every night. I kept the bathroom door shut, always. And I never opened the curtains after dark. After the phone call, I didn't sleep for almost 30 hours. I tried, but every time I got close, I would jerk awake. Sure, I had heard scratching or whispering or some weird echo of that high-pitched tone. I started walking laps around my apartment. Not because it helped, but because I didn't know what else to do. My apartment started to feel like that hotel room. Every corner, every sound, it all felt off. The bathroom light would flicker once in a while. Sometimes I would hear a soft knock on the wall next to my bed, like someone gently tapping from the other side. I moved out a week later. I told my landlord I was relocating for work. Packed up my stuff in one day and left. I did not even have a new apartment lined up. I just booked a cheap extended stay in a different city and drove until I felt like I had put enough distance between me and whatever that place was. It helped, a little. The dreams got less frequent. The paranoia eased up. For a while, I even let myself believe it was all over. Maybe I had hallucinated the whole thing. Maybe the hotel never existed. Maybe that ruined building was just some leftover piece of an old story no one cared about anymore. Then one afternoon I checked my email. The subject line was just my name, first and last, nothing else. The sender was blank. I should have deleted it. I should have just ignored it, but I opened it. Inside was one sentence. Do not break Rule 5. That was it. No context, no explanation, no signature. My stomach dropped. I could barely breathe. I felt like the temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees instantly. I read it again, and again. Do not break Rule 5. I tried to remember what Rule 5 was. I had not looked at the paper in days, maybe weeks. I pulled it out of the small drawer where I had stuffed it and unfolded it slowly. Rule 5. Do not leave your room no matter what. The entities will try everything to get you to open the door, even fake the voices of loved ones. Do not open the door until 6 a.m. Under any circumstances. That was the one rule I had not needed that night. I had followed it without question. But now it felt like a warning meant for later. Like something was waiting. I sat on the edge of the bed and just stared at the wall for a long time. That night I made sure the door to my new room was locked tight. I kept my phone turned off. I checked every corner of the room twice. I even lined the edges of the floor with salt. Not because I believed it would help, but because I needed to feel like I was doing something. Anything. At around 3:15 in the morning, I heard a knock at the door. Soft, slow. I froze. My skin went cold. I stared at the door like it might open by itself. Then I heard a voice. It was my mother's voice. Adam, are you in there? Please open the door, sweetheart. Something's happened. She sounded scared, panicked, like she was crying. I stood up before I even realized it. My legs moved on their own. I reached for the doorknob. My fingers touched the cold metal. Then I remembered the rule. It will pretend to be someone you love. I yanked my hand back like I had touched fire. I backed away, shaking my head. The voice kept calling out to me, pleading, begging. It got louder, more frantic, like someone in real pain. But I did not open the door. I sat on the bed, pulled my knees up to my chest, and rocked back and forth like some kid hiding from a nightmare. The voice outside the door changed. First it sounded like my mother, then my brother. Then a friend I hadn't seen in years, all of them asking for help, all of them telling me to open the door. I did not move. Eventually the voices stopped. For a few minutes, everything was dead silent. Then the handle started to turn. It jiggled once, twice. I stared at it, every muscle in my body locked in place. The handle twisted harder, like someone on the other side was trying to force it open. I pressed my back against the headboard and whispered to myself over and over, "Do not open the door. Do not open the door." Then it stopped, and everything went quiet again. I do not know how long I stayed like that, maybe hours. I was still sitting upright when the light outside the window began to shift. When the sun finally rose and filled the room with morning light, I started to cry. Real tears. Heavy, exhausted sobs that racked through me like I had been holding them back for too long. I waited until it was fully light out before I moved. I walked to the door and touched the handle. It was cold, too cold, like metal left in the freezer overnight. I opened the door slowly and peeked into the hallway. It was empty. Everything looked normal. No signs of anything. But I knew something had been there. Later that day, I called my mom. I asked if she had tried to contact me. She said no. I asked if anything had happened the night before. She said everything was fine. Same with my brother. Same with every friend I could think of. I did not tell them what happened. I just needed to hear their voices, make sure they were still them. That was when it hit me. This was not over. I had left the hotel, but something had followed me. The rules were not just for that one night, they were for every night. Wherever I went, whatever city I ran to, it would find me again. I looked down at the paper in my hand, the one I had thought about burning. I could not. I knew I could not, because this list was not a warning anymore. It was survival. I do not know how many times I reread that paper. The rules never changed, but the way I saw them did. At first, they were just part of a terrifying night in a place that should not have existed. Then they were a mystery I could not shake. Now they were something else. A lifeline. A quiet set of instructions in a world that had stopped making sense. I followed them, every single one, even when they didn't seem to apply anymore. I kept my bathroom door shut at all times. I never opened curtains at night. I unplugged the telephone in every room I stayed in. I refused to answer unknown calls. I stopped booking hotels entirely. I only rented apartments, never ground floor, never near alleyways. Always with a lock I could see and touch. Still, every few weeks, something would happen. A knock, a scratching sound, a faint laugh coming from inside the walls. Sometimes I would wake up to find my bed had moved a few inches. Or the bathroom door open when I knew I had closed it. The worst was 3 months later. I was staying in a small apartment outside of Montreal. Quiet neighborhood, good lighting. I felt safe, safer at least. Then, at 3 a.m, I woke up to the sound of the toilet flushing. My eyes flew open. My heart nearly stopped. I was already out of bed before I had fully processed what was happening. I dove underneath, like I had done that first night, all those months ago. I stayed completely still, barely breathed. I waited. Footsteps, heavy ones. Something breathing loudly, with a wet, thick sound to it. The same foul odor I remembered filled the air, like wet fur and mold and meat gone bad. Something enormous paced around the room, sniffing, snorting, scratching at the floor. I did not move. Eventually, after what felt like forever, the toilet flushed again. Then silence. I crawled out, slowly. Everything looked the same, but I knew it had been here. Whatever it was still watching, still waiting for me to mess up. That was when I knew I could not live like this forever. I started researching, not just about haunted hotels or ghost sightings or creature lore. I mean deep research. Old forums, digitized newspaper clippings, books on local myths that barely got published. I kept looking for anyone else who had experienced something like this. I found bits and pieces, posts about strange hotels that disappeared by morning, rules left behind on slips of paper, warnings scratched into walls or etched into mirrors. Some stories were almost identical to mine. but they all ended the same way. The person either vanished, went silent, or claimed it had finally stopped. Only one post stood out. It was from nearly 15 years ago, buried in a forgotten message board with no replies. It was short, just a few lines. If you are reading this and you got out, burn the rules, but only after you find the place again, not before. That is the only way to end it. That was it. No name, no context, just that line. At first I did not believe it, but something about it felt real. I knew I could not keep running forever. I had to go back. I booked a flight, not to the same city, that would be impossible. The building was gone, the streets had changed, but I traced my steps as best I could. Landmarks, side roads, places I passed while walking drunk that night. I wandered for hours. Nothing. Then I saw it. A new building, same spot, different shape, modern facade, a glass door with no handle, but carved above the frame, nearly invisible unless you knew where to look, was a small horned face. The same figure that had been on top of the old ruins. My heart almost stopped. I stepped closer. The door opened on its own. Inside was nothing, just a narrow hallway and a single elevator. I got in. The doors closed, no buttons, no floor numbers, just silence. Then it started to move. Down. Deeper and deeper. The air got colder, the lights dimmer, my ears popped. When the doors opened again, I was standing in front of room 34. The same room, same door, same smell. I reached into my pocket. The paper was still there. I unfolded it, fingers trembling. I stepped inside. The room was exactly as I remembered. The cheap air freshener, the dim lighting, the tiny fridge and TV. On the bed, instead of a pillow, was a matchbook and a single piece of charcoal. I understood what I had to do. I placed the paper in the middle of the floor, lit the match, watched it catch slowly. The room did not burn, just the paper. As it curled and blackened, the air grew warm, like something had been lifted, like I had finally exhaled after holding my breath for months. Then, for the first time since this all started, the room felt empty. Truly empty. No presence, no threat, just stillness. The elevator door opened behind me. I stepped inside. This time it went up. When I walked out, I was back on the street. The building was gone. In its place was an open lot. Dirt, some rebar, nothing else. It was over. I do not know how or why it worked. I do not know if it was magic or some curse or some glitch in the fabric of whatever reality this is. But it ended. I have not had a dream since. No knocks. No strange smells. No phone calls. I moved again. Got a new job. A new place. I started sleeping with the lights off. I even opened my curtains last night, just to see the stars. It is hard to explain to people what happened. Most would not believe it. I do not need them to. I know what I went through. I know what I survived. And I know this, if you ever find a strange hotel in the middle of the night, one you do not remember choosing, one with no staff and no working phones, and a piece of paper waiting on your pillow, do not ignore the rules. Do not question them. And whatever you do, never break Rule 5. I saw the job listing about 2 weeks ago. Now hiring, overnight security for Halverson Market, Crofton, Ohio. Shift runs midnight to 6 a.m. Pay rate $21 per hour. Right away, something about it felt off. A grocery store needing a night guard. That part of town wasn't exactly high crime, and the place closed at 10. Why would they pay someone that much to babysit an empty store? Still, I needed the money, badly. So I sent in my resume, did a weirdly short phone interview with a guy named Martin, and by that Friday night, I was pulling into the parking lot for my first shift. As soon as I saw the building, it started to make a little more sense. Halverson Market sat at the edge of a rundown plaza on Westover Road. The other shops had long been cleared out. Big, dusty windows with peeling paint signs, that said things like space available or lease now. The parking lot had more cracks than concrete, and half the overhead lights blinked like they were on life support. I parked near the sliding doors and stepped out into the chilly air. As I was walking toward the entrance, a woman came out of the building fast, practically jogging. "You must be Derek," she said. Her hair was tied up in a tight bun, and she looked like she couldn't wait to get out of there. "Yeah, that's me. Martin left some instructions for you. They're up front on the belt at Register 1. She gave me a quick nod and kept walking, heading straight for the only other car in the lot. "Oh, thanks," I said, trying to sound friendly. "Hey, what's your name?" But she didn't answer. She was already climbing into her car. The engine roared, the headlights cut through the foggy air, and within seconds she was gone. So much for team bonding. I turned back toward the store. With her car gone, the entire parking lot was empty. The only light came from the dim overhang above the entrance and a crooked lamppost flickering at the far end. A gust of wind kicked a torn plastic bag across the asphalt. "Well," I muttered to myself, "here goes nothing." The glass doors creaked open as I stepped inside. Despite the crumbling outside, the interior was actually pretty clean. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, making everything glow just a little too bright. There was this weird jazzy music playing over the intercom, soft but clear, like you'd hear in a waiting room. I walked toward the front registers and spotted a single piece of paper folded in half, sitting on the conveyor belt at lane 1. I picked it up and opened it. "Welcome to the Halverson Market family, Derek. We hope you find your new role enjoyable and easy to manage. Below, please find a few simple overnight guidelines for a smooth and successful shift. 1. Patrol the store every 30 minutes to ensure all is in order. You may spend the rest of your time in the employee lounge, located at the back of the store, where you will find the camera feeds. 2. Do not go down aisle 10. Do not look down aisle 10. 3. If you hear knocking from the freezers, do not respond. 4. Any carts left unattended in the store should be returned to the front immediately. 5. If you find blood in the butcher section, do not step in it or touch it directly. Use the mop and bucket stored in the cleaning closet to remove it. 6. If you see a woman inside the store at any point during your shift, immediately return to the employee lounge and stay there until she is gone. Do not speak to her. Do not call anyone. 7. The music you hear is pre-recorded jazz. If it stops, return to the lounge and remain there until it resumes. 8. Under no circumstances should you clock out before 6 a.m. Thank you, and good luck. I stared at the paper for a while. The rules weren't just strange, they were flat out insane. Avoid aisle 10, ignore a random woman, don't step in blood. Was this a prank? A loyalty test? Or was Martin just some weird old guy who liked screwing with the new hire? I looked up at the camera mounted in the corner. A little red light blinked at me. Okay, I thought. Let's assume this is a test. Follow the rules, no matter how ridiculous they are, and maybe I keep the job. I glanced at my phone. It was 12:06. Might as well get the first patrol out of the way before I get too comfortable. Walking through the store at night was eerie. There were no other footsteps, no customers, no beeping registers or overhead announcements. Just the soft buzz of the lights and that smooth jazz tune circling over and over. Most of the displays had been covered. The bakery cases were dark and sealed off. Plastic sheets hung over the produce bins. Even the deli section had its lights dimmed and meats wrapped tightly in white paper and shoved to the back of the cooler. I walked past the meat counter. Something smelled like bleach and iron. I kept going. Aisle 3, soup and canned goods. Aisle 4, cookies, crackers, and granola. Aisle 5, aisle 6. I felt myself getting closer to aisle 10. I stared at the floor as I passed it. My chest tightened like I was doing something wrong, even though I hadn't looked. 30 minutes. That was the rule. Just keep walking. I finally found the lounge at the back, through a brown door with a dent in the middle and a little push plate smeared with fingerprints. Inside, it smelled like coffee grounds, and old microwave popcorn. There was a small desk with a monitor cycling through black and white security feeds. I saw most of the aisles, the entryway, the bakery, the parking lot. I sat down in the creaky rolling chair and pulled out my phone. Then I remembered I still had 25 minutes before the next patrol, which meant it was time to queue up a movie and kill time. I dug through my bag, pulled out my earbuds, and leaned back in the chair, trying to relax. I had no idea what kind of night I was in for. The first patrol had gone smoothly enough. No blood, no weird noises, no one hiding in the aisles or anything. The only thing I'd noticed out of place was a mop leaning against the wall near the bathrooms, but that could have just been something a cleaner forgot to put away. I wasn't about to overthink it. I figured I'd follow the rules exactly and keep my head down until the shift was over. It was now 12:35. I closed my laptop and stood up from the lounge chair. Time for round 2. As I stepped back into the store, the music was still playing. A slow, sleepy saxophone tune drifted from the ceiling speakers. It was a little too cheerful, honestly. It made the empty store feel even more unnatural. I adjusted the sleeves of my hoodie and headed out into the fluorescent aisles. This time, I started from the other side, aisle 17, paper towels and toilet paper. I walked down it slowly, letting my eyes scan the shelves. Everything looked untouched, organized, like a display model for some catalog photo. It didn't feel like a place people actually shopped. I didn't like that. By the time I reached the middle of the store, I was already feeling twitchy. The shelves were still full, untouched. The air smelled like lemon cleaner and something else I couldn't quite place. Something slightly metallic. I forced myself to keep walking. I passed aisle 10 without looking, just kept my eyes locked straight ahead, but I couldn't ignore how cold it suddenly felt when I walked past it, like stepping through an invisible curtain. The temperature dropped 2 or 3 degrees, and my ears rang faintly for a few seconds. It went away quickly, but it was enough to get my heart beating faster. I rounded the corner by the meat section and paused. There was a shopping cart. It was parked right in the middle of the aisle, facing the wrong direction. Its front wheels were turned like someone had just left it there mid-push. I sighed and walked over to it. Of all the rules, the cart one was the dumbest. I still didn't understand why it mattered. What was going to happen if a cart sat in the wrong spot? But I'd said I'd follow the rules, and I meant it. I gripped the handle and started pushing it toward the front. It rolled smooth and easy. The floor was spotless. My shoes made little scuffing noises against the tile, and the soft jazz behind me faded into a piano solo. Just as I was nearing the checkout area, I stopped. I heard something, a sound coming from behind me. Not footsteps, not a voice, something else, faint and hollow. Knocking. I turned slowly, eyes darting toward the far end of the frozen food section. The knocking came again, a little louder this time, like someone tapping insistently on glass. I remembered the rule. If you hear knocking from the freezers, do not respond. I stood there, cart still in my hands, staring down the long, empty aisle lined with freezer doors. Everything looked normal. Nothing was moving. The lights were still on. The sound didn't come again. I gritted my teeth, turned back around, and pushed the cart the rest of the way to the front. As I slid it into the line with the others, I caught my reflection in the glass doors near the entrance. I looked tense, tired, my jaw clenched tight like I'd just finished a fight. "Chill out," I muttered. "It's just a sound. Buildings creak, machines make noise, that's all it is." I walked quickly back toward the lounge, passing the aisles without looking into them, especially not aisle 10. When I shut the lounge door behind me, I let out a long, shaky breath. This was going to be a long night. I sat down and opened the security feed. Most of the cameras showed still images, nothing moving, nothing unusual. A few small shadows here and there, but they didn't change or shift, so I figured it was just how the light was hitting things. I was halfway through my soda when I noticed something weird on camera 4. It showed the front registers in the entrance. At first glance, it was normal. Just the empty checkout lanes, the cart corral, the sliding glass doors. But something about it caught my eye. I squinted and leaned closer. There was something behind the door. It was faint, like a smudge, or maybe just a reflection. But the more I looked at it, the more it started to take shape. A faint outline of a person, standing just outside the doors, not moving. I blinked and rubbed my eyes. When I looked again, it was gone. Okay, I whispered to myself. Just seeing things. No big deal. I switched the feed. Back to the bakery. Still empty. Then to produce. Also fine. Back to the front doors again. Still empty. I shook my head, drained the rest of my soda, and leaned back. The clock ticked past 1. Time for another patrol. I stood up, slower this time. My legs felt heavy, my neck stiff. As I opened the door, I thought I heard something faint again. Crying, maybe? I couldn't tell where it was coming from. But it stopped as soon as I stepped into the hallway. The store looked the same. Bright, still, clean. I walked toward the back, past the soda coolers and the racks of bread, past the deli and the darkened hot food station. Every sound made me jump, tiny clicks and hums from the equipment that I hadn't noticed during the day. The clink of the pipes, the faint buzz of the lights. As I passed aisle 10 again, I didn't even glance at it. I kept my head down and kept walking. I could feel something though, like pressure, like being watched. I didn't stop. I didn't speak. I just made it to the end of the aisle and turned back toward the lounge. And that was when I noticed something else. The music had stopped. The silence hit me like a slap. 1 second the jazz was looping softly in the background, blending into the hum of the lights and the low whir of the freezer fans, and the next second, nothing. Total silence. It was so sudden that for a few moments, I actually thought I'd gone deaf. I paused where I was, near the end of the bread aisle, and tilted my head, trying to catch even the faintest sound. Nothing. No music, no footfalls, not even the buzz of the lights. The air felt heavier somehow, like the pressure in the room had shifted, like something had sucked all the life out of it. I remembered the rule. If the music ever stops, go to the break room and stay there until it starts again. I didn't wait around to debate it. I turned on my heel and walked fast, definitely not running, but pretty damn close, straight down the main aisle toward the employee lounge. I passed aisle 10 again, refusing to glance even an inch to the left. My eyes stayed glued to the floor tiles, counting my steps like a little kid avoiding sidewalk cracks. I hit the break room door and pushed through it, slamming it shut behind me. The door let out a groan, and then a heavy click as it latched. I leaned against it for a second, breathing hard, heart thudding in my chest like I'd just sprinted across a football field. The silence was still there, but at least now I was behind the one door that felt remotely safe. The jazz hadn't come back. I sank into the chair by the desk and stared at the screen showing the security feeds. Most of them looked the same. Static images of still aisles, unmoving shelves, and 2 bright lights. But the longer I looked, the more I noticed little things. Shapes that hadn't been there before. Shifts in shadow that didn't match the camera angles. Nothing dramatic. Just not quite right. On camera 3, which overlooked the dairy section, one of the cooler doors was slightly ajar. I was pretty sure it had been closed earlier. On camera 6, showing the middle of aisle 12, one of the cans had rolled off the shelf and onto the floor. On camera 9, which showed part of the cleaning closet hallway, a shadow stretched across the floor, but I couldn't see what was casting it. I stared at it for a long time. The shape was too sharp to be a trick of the light. It looked like a person's silhouette, except it was upside down, like the light was coming from the floor. I waited for it to move. It didn't. I switched to camera 14, covering the entrance. The parking lot was still empty. I stared at the glass doors, waiting to see if the smudge from before had returned, but the doorway was clean. Still no music. I stood up and paced the room. My shoes squeaked against the tile, the only sound in the whole building. My thoughts were spinning fast. If this was some kind of test, it was a cruel one. No job should make a person feel like they were being hunted. I didn't sign up for this. I wanted to walk out, but the last rule echoed in my head. Do not, under any circumstances, end your shift early. I didn't want to find out what happened if I broke that one. Just when I was about to sit back down, I heard it. A single note. It came through the overhead speakers, soft and unsure, like someone had just dropped a needle on a record without knowing which track it would play. Then another note, and another. The melody kicked in slowly, like it had been paused, and was now trying to catch up. The jazz was back. It sounded slightly warped at first, like it had been played underwater, but it smoothed out by the time the piano joined in. I stood there, frozen for a second, just listening. Okay. The rule said I could leave the break room once the music resumed. So I did. I cracked open the door and peeked out. The store looked the same, bright, still, silent except for the music. I stepped out. Everything felt off now. Every object I passed felt like it was holding its breath. The freezer doors, the stacks of cereal boxes. Even the signs that hung from the ceiling seemed tilted at strange angles, like they were eavesdropping. I did another patrol, quick but steady, eyes ahead, hands relaxed at my sides. I made sure to walk the full loop, because that's what the rules said to do. When I turned down the frozen aisle again, I flinched. There was another shopping cart. This one wasn't abandoned in the middle. It was parked at the end of the row, right in front of the frozen peas, like someone had neatly placed it there before stepping away. It was full. Boxes of waffles, frozen burritos, ice cream. Everything was lined up like someone had been doing actual grocery shopping. I stood there for a few seconds, unsure of what to do. The rule just said to return carts to the front. It didn't say anything about what was in them. I reached for the handle, and the moment I touched it, I got this strong, sudden sense that I was being watched. Not by a camera, not by someone across the room. From inside the freezer. My hand jerked back before I could stop it. I stared at the rows of frosted doors. The food inside was hazy through the glass, little shapes and labels barely visible. I didn't see anything moving. I didn't hear knocking this time either, but I could feel something, cold air on my neck that hadn't been there a second ago. I grabbed the cart and pushed it quickly toward the front. I didn't look behind me. I didn't stop. I lined it up with the others, walked straight back to the lounge and closed the door behind me like I was sealing a vault. Back in the chair, back at the feed. 1:37. Time for a break. But I couldn't relax. The cart had been full. That meant someone had filled it, or something had. And whatever it wasn't gone. Not yet. I sat in the break room trying to convince myself I was just being paranoid. That cart could have been left over from earlier, right? Maybe someone didn't finish stocking the freezers before they closed. Maybe a shopper abandoned it during the last rush and the closing crew missed it. There were a dozen normal explanations. But none of them made me feel better. The thing that kept gnawing at me was how neat it had been. Nothing about it looked random. All the boxes were lined up like someone had taken their time arranging them, not like a hurried customer or a lazy employee. It looked placed, intentionally. And the cold air I felt when I touched it, it had been too sudden, like someone had opened a door right behind me. But when I looked back, there was nothing there. I tried focusing on the monitors, hoping the rhythm of the cameras would settle me. I cycled through each one, aisle after aisle, end cap after end cap. Nothing moved. The cameras covering the deli and produce sections were so still, it looked like someone had taken photos and left them up. Camera 7 caught my eye. It was aimed at the far end of the store, angled low near the soda coolers. Everything looked normal, except for the freezer door on the left. It was open again. Not just cracked this time, but wide open. I stared at it. I waited for movement, a shadow, a blur, anything. But nothing happened. I looked at the timestamp on the monitor. It was nearly 2. I needed to start the next patrol. I stayed in the chair for another minute, dragging it out as long as I could. then finally stood up and stepped into the hallway. My legs felt tight, and my back ached from sitting too long. I stretched my arms once, and then headed out. The music was still playing, another soft saxophone loop, the same one as before. I was starting to hate it. It reminded me of holding music, or the kind of soundtrack you hear when you are alone in a dentist's office at night. Too cheerful, too polished, fake. I walked the perimeter of the store first. The outer loop was the fastest, and I figured I'd save the aisles for the way back. When I passed the frozen section, I paused and looked down the row. The cart was gone. I froze. I hadn't moved it. I had left it at the front, the full one, and now it wasn't there either. I looked around, trying to stay calm. Maybe a worker had come in early, someone doing prep, but the parking lot had been empty when I checked. I would have heard the door open. I kept walking. My stomach clenched when I passed aisle 10. I didn't look. I hadn't looked once since the shift started, but this time I could feel something coming from it, a feeling like static, like the sound of a dead television channel buzzing in my ears, except it wasn't coming through my ears at all. It was inside my head. I gritted my teeth and forced myself forward. The faster I finished, the faster I could get back to the break room. As I neared the registers, something else caught my attention. There was a low scraping sound, metal against tile. I turned toward it automatically and saw the full shopping cart again. It was back, sitting near lane 5. Only now it was empty. The food was gone. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The cart rocked slightly, like it had just been pushed into place. I stared at it for a few more seconds, then slowly backed away, keeping my eyes on it the whole time. I didn't turn my back to it until I was nearly at the break room door. I stepped inside and locked it behind me. Back in the chair, back at the monitors, my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my neck. I checked the cameras again. The cart was still there, empty, alone. On the monitor showing the freezer aisle, the open door was now closed. I didn't know when that happened. I glanced at the clock, 2:08. Time was crawling. I opened my soda, took another sip, and tried not to think about anything. Not the cart, not aisle 10, not the freezer, not the woman. I had almost forgotten about her. It had been quiet so far, but the rules had been clear. If you saw her, go to the break room. No eye contact, no questions. I checked the camera feeds again, slowly now, giving each one a good look. Camera 11. The aisle between canned soup and bagged rice. She was there, standing with her back to the camera. I stared, frozen. She wore a long blue dress. Her black hair hung straight down her back like a curtain. Her arms were pale, almost gray, and they hung at her sides without moving. In her right hand, she held a shopping basket filled with raw meat. She didn't move, not even a little. I blinked several times, hoping I was just seeing something wrong. Maybe it was a mannequin. Maybe it was a leftover Halloween prop. But she was still there, still not moving. I switched to the next feed. She wasn't on it. I flipped through 3 more. Nothing. Then I came back to the aisle camera. She was gone. I stood up fast enough to knock the chair backward. I didn't even notice the loud clatter until a second later. I checked every feed, every aisle, the front door, the back. Nothing. She had disappeared. But she had been there. I couldn't forget the meat in the basket, the way her arms just hung there, limp and wrong. I backed into the corner of the room, away from the window on the door, and crouched down. This was real. This was happening. And it wasn't over yet. I stayed crouched in the corner of the break room longer than I probably needed to. I knew it, too. My knees were aching and my legs had gone numb, but I couldn't make myself move. The moment I got up, I'd be back in it, back in the quiet store, back on the cameras, back to waiting for something else to show up. I wasn't even sure if it mattered whether I followed the rules at this point. That woman had appeared even though I had done everything right. I had not gone near aisle 10. I had ignored the knocking. I had done every patrol on time, but she still found me. Eventually, the pain in my legs forced me to stand. I pulled the chair upright, sat down, and leaned forward onto the desk, pressing my palms into my eyes until I saw stars. The jazz music was still playing. That was the only thing keeping me grounded now. As long as it kept going, maybe I could keep going too. The time was 2:47. I had to do another patrol in just over 10 minutes. I was already dreading it. The thought of walking out there again made my stomach twist. It was getting harder and harder to leave this room. It was the only place that felt remotely safe, but I also knew what the rules said. I could not break the schedule. If I did, maybe something worse would happen. Maybe she would not wait for the camera next time. Maybe she would just walk right through the door. I opened a granola bar from my backpack and forced myself to eat it, even though I was not hungry. The chewing helped me focus, helped me feel a little more normal. For a few seconds, I could pretend this was just a boring overnight shift, the kind where nothing happened at all. But then I saw it. On camera 9. Aisle 10. The feed was not supposed to show it. I had checked all of them earlier, and none of the cameras pointed directly down that aisle. But now, somehow, this one did. The angle had changed. It was tilted a little more to the right than before, just enough to see partway into the forbidden aisle. And someone was standing there. I could only see the back half of their body, long legs, bare feet, pale skin that looked almost blue in the black and white feed. Their upper half was hidden behind the edge of the camera frame, but they were definitely there, standing completely still. I leaned closer to the monitor, squinting at the screen. Then they moved. Just a step, slow. The bare foot slid forward, followed by the other. It looked like they were gliding, not walking, the way a person might move underwater. And then they were gone. Out of frame, the aisle was empty again. I switched to another camera. Nothing. Then another. Still nothing. The clock hit 3 on the dot. It was time. I wanted to wait, just 5 minutes, just long enough to make sure whoever or whatever that was had really disappeared. But the rules were clear, every 30 minutes, not when I felt like it. Not when it was convenient. I stood up, grabbed my flashlight even though I did not really need it, and stepped into the hallway. The lights in the store were still on, the music was still playing, everything looked the same, but it did not feel the same. The air had shifted. It felt thicker, somehow, like walking through fog. The smell had changed, too. It was faint, but something sour and metallic lingered near the meat section. I tried breathing through my mouth and kept moving. I started my patrol at the far end of the store. Cereal, pasta, soup. Everything looked untouched, too untouched. Not a single item was out of place, not one crooked box or shifted can. It was like the shelves had been reset by something that did not know what a human grocery store was supposed to look like. When I reached the midpoint, I paused at the edge of aisle 10. I did not look in. I just stood there, my eyes fixed on the floor, listening. Nothing. No footsteps, no breathing, no crying, just music and humming lights. I kept walking. I was about halfway through the patrol when I saw it. A new cart. This one was small, one of the half-sized ones. It was sitting at the end of the cleaning supplies aisle near the buckets and mop heads. There was something in it. I walked closer, cautiously, hands tight at my sides. Inside the cart was a single item. A package of raw ground beef. It was leaking. Red liquid dripped from a small tear in the plastic, leaving little smears on the metal grate of the cart. I stepped closer and could see that it had soaked into the cart's handle too. Dark stains that looked fresh. I backed away. I was not going to touch it. I was not even going to look at it any longer than I had to. I turned and walked the rest of the loop as quickly as I could. When I finally reached the break room, I slammed the door behind me and sat down hard in the chair, hands trembling. I watched the screen again. The cart was still there. The meat was still leaking, but now there were footprints. small, pale ones leading away from the cart and vanishing down the aisle. I kept staring at them, hoping they would go away, or dry up, or fade into the tile. But they didn't. They just stayed there, pointing in the direction of aisle 10. My mouth was dry. My fingers hurt from gripping the edge of the desk too tight. I did not want to be here anymore. But I still had 3 hours left. I tried not to look at the screen again, but my eyes kept drifting back to it. The cart hadn't moved. The package of ground beef still sat there, slowly dripping onto the tile, and those pale footprints. They were still pointed toward aisle 10, almost like a trail, like something wanted me to follow. I wasn't going to. I didn't even want to leave the break room. Every time I got up to do another patrol, it took more out of me. My legs were sore, my back hurt. My hands kept trembling even when I was sitting perfectly still. It felt like my body was rejecting this whole experience, like it knew I shouldn't be here, like it wanted me to run. But I couldn't, not yet. The clock on the wall read 3:32. I had less than 3 hours left. I could survive that. I had to. I just needed to keep following the rules, stay inside the lines. Keep my head down and my eyes off anything I wasn't supposed to see. That was all. I set a timer on my phone and leaned back in the chair, trying to let my muscles relax. It didn't work. I was too keyed up, my thoughts running in too many directions. I thought about the footprints again. The bare feet, the way they didn't belong to anyone I had actually seen, and I thought about how cold the air had felt during my last walk, like the store had been taken over by something that did not belong. When the timer buzzed, I nearly jumped out of my skin. 3:59. I shut it off, stood up, and stretched my arms. Then I opened the break room door and stepped out into the store again. It was quiet. The music still played, soft and slow, but everything else was dead silent. The lights buzzed faintly overhead. The air still had that faint metallic smell, but it was weaker now, like it was starting to fade. I began my patrol without hesitation. I wanted to get it over with quickly. The quicker I moved, the less I had to notice. The cart was still there, exactly where I had seen it, but the meat was gone. The package itself was still sitting in the cart, but it had been peeled open. The plastic looked like it had been torn apart by fingers or teeth. I did not stop. I just kept walking. When I turned the corner into the next aisle, I noticed something odd about the shelves. It was a small thing, barely noticeable. The cans had been rearranged. Rows and rows of the same exact can. No labels. Just plain silver metal with a small black stamp on the lid. The entire aisle was filled with them. It hadn't been like that earlier. I passed through quickly and kept going, trying to ignore the faint sound I thought I heard behind me. A dragging noise, soft and slow, like something being pulled across the floor. I didn't turn around. The lights flickered once as I passed the dairy section. Just a quick blink, barely enough to make my heart jump. I caught a glimpse of something in the reflection of the glass door, a shape, tall and still, but when I turned, there was nothing there. I moved faster. I was nearly back to the break room when the music stopped again. It didn't fade, it just cut out, mid-note. I froze. Every sound disappeared. No more jazz, no more hum, just a flat, ringing silence that filled the whole store. I turned on my heel and sprinted. The break room door came into view, and I grabbed the knob, yanking it open and slamming it shut behind me. I locked it, stumbled backward, and collapsed into the chair. My breathing was loud in the silence, harsh and fast. I tried to slow it down, counting in my head. 1, 2, 3, 4 in. 1, 2, 3, 4 out. The screen in front of me showed the store unmoving. I flipped through the camera feeds, looking for something, anything, that would tell me why the music stopped. Camera 7 showed the end of the frozen section, empty. Camera 12 covered the registers, still. Camera 9 again, aisle 10. She was there. Not at the far end this time. She was close, standing right at the edge of the aisle, half visible in the camera frame, still facing away, still holding that basket of meat. I didn't move. She wasn't walking. She wasn't looking at the camera. She just stood there, like she was waiting. Then she turned. Not fast, just slowly, like someone waking up from a long sleep. Her face came into view, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. She had no eyes. Just empty sockets, dark and sunken, with streaks of dried red running down her cheeks. Her mouth was stretched wide, but not in a scream. It looked like a grin, except wrong, too wide. Too many teeth. Her skin was paper pale and stretched too tight over her face, like it was about to tear. I slammed my eyes shut. The rule, no eye contact. Even through the monitor, I didn't want to take chances. I covered my face with both hands and waited. 1 minute, 2. When I finally peeked through my fingers, she was gone. The music crackled back to life a few seconds later. I let out a sound I didn't even realize I had been holding in, something between a sob and a laugh. It didn't feel real anymore. None of this did. I checked the clock. 4:29. Only 90 minutes left. The next patrol felt like walking through a dream. Not a regular one, though. The kind where the air is too thick and your legs do not work right, and something bad is always just out of frame. I didn't want to leave the break room again. Not after what I had just seen, but I was too scared to break the schedule. It felt like the rules were the only thing keeping me alive. I stepped out slowly. The music was still playing, that horrible smooth jazz loop, scratchy and repetitive. I had heard it so many times by now that the sound of silence almost felt preferable. At least when the music stopped, I knew what I had to do. But this in-between state, where the song kept playing and everything else felt wrong, that was harder. Like pretending things were fine when they weren't. Like walking through a haunted house in broad daylight and pretending the ghosts cannot touch you. I passed the cereal aisle. The boxes were all turned backward now, every single one. Like someone had taken the time to rotate them so the labels faced the wall. I kept walking. In the frozen section, I noticed handprints again. They were smeared across the glass in long, jagged streaks, like someone had been clawing at the doors. Some of the doors were slightly open now, just cracked enough to let a little cold fog seep out. There was no knocking this time, just silence behind the jazz and the faint hiss of leaking air. The cart with the torn meat package was gone. I found that almost worse. I had grown used to seeing it in the corner of my eye, just sitting there. Now the space felt wrong without it. I kept my head down and pushed through the rest of the patrol. Every aisle felt off somehow. The shelves were too clean, or too empty, or too full. The labels had changed. Some had no words at all, just blank spaces or smudged ink. Others had words, but they didn't make sense. Ingredients I had never heard of. Brand names that looked familiar at first, but dissolved into nonsense the longer I stared. When I finally made it back to the break room, I didn't feel relieved. I felt watched. Not in the camera sense, in a real breathing sense, like something was standing just behind me the whole time, waiting for me to look back. I closed the door and leaned against it, listening to the music spill softly through the speakers. Then I walked to the chair, sat down slowly, and stared at the monitors. I didn't want to look, but not looking felt worse, like ignoring something that might be walking straight toward me. I flipped through the feeds again, one by one. Nothing in the produce section, nothing at the front of the store. Camera 7 showed a faint shadow at the end of the meat aisle, but it didn't move. I held my breath and kept watching. It eventually slipped out of frame like it had never been there. The music cracked for a second, just a skip, like the record had scratched. Then it picked back up again. It was the first time that it happened without the music fully cutting out. A warning, maybe, a reminder. The clock said 5:13. 47 minutes left. I let my eyes close for a minute, just one, but something about the rhythm of the music started messing with me. It got inside my head, like it was trying to mimic my heartbeat, or maybe the other way around. I started counting the seconds between loops. 5 seconds, then 7, then 5 again. It did not line up right. It was off by just enough to feel wrong. The camera in the break room blinked once, just a little static. That had not happened before. I stared at it. Nothing changed. I looked again at the feed showing aisle 10, still angled too far to see much, but I noticed something strange at the edge of the frame. A smudge, or a reflection. It looked like a handprint. Pale and pressed against the floor, as if someone had crawled around the corner and paused there. I didn't want to find out who it belonged to. At 5:29, I stood up for what I prayed would be my last patrol. I walked slower this time, not because I wanted to. My legs just didn't have much left in them. My knees ached and my arms felt heavy, like I had been dragging weights behind me all night. I moved like someone much older than I was. In the cleaning aisle, I passed a trail of wet footprints. Bare feet again, the same kind of smudges I had seen earlier. They were fresh, still glistening under the overhead lights. They led in a winding pattern between shelves before disappearing under a stock cart. I did not check underneath it. I passed the dairy section. Some of the shelves were empty now, cleaned out entirely. I did not hear anything. No whispering, no crying, no knocking. It felt like the store was holding its breath. I made it to the break room door and reached for the handle. That is when I noticed it. The music had stopped. But I was still outside, and someone was walking toward me. I heard the footsteps before I turned, soft, even, slow. I spun around, eyes wide, and locked onto her. She stood in the center of the checkout lane, staring at me with those awful white eyes. No pupils, no irises, just pale sockets full of spidery red lines. Her black dress hung loose around her bony frame, and the basket in her hand still held the meat, dripping slow trails across the tile. I couldn't move. Not just out of fear, something was holding me there, rooting my feet to the ground. I broke free and ran. My hand found the doorknob and wrenched it open. I tumbled inside and slammed the door shut. The lights flickered once as I threw the lock. The camera feed blinked again, just a little static. Then her face filled the screen, inches from the camera. I shoved the monitor away and fell backward out of the chair. She was outside the room, waiting, and I had 30 minutes left. I stared at the monitor, heart hammering. Her face was so close to the lens it was out of focus. Just a pale blur, with no features except those awful white eyes and thin strands of black hair that draped across the screen like wet thread. I backed into the farthest corner of the break room and sat on the floor with my knees up and arms around them. I didn't know what else to do. The music wasn't playing. The lights had started buzzing again, that uneven flicker that made shadows jitter along the floor. I kept waiting to hear her footsteps right outside the door, but they never came. She didn't knock, she didn't move, she just stayed in front of the camera, watching. I knew the rule, stay in the break room until the music comes back on, so I waited. The clock ticked slowly toward 6, the longest 30 minutes of my life. I didn't look at the screen again. I didn't want to see her face a second longer than I had to. I just sat on the floor, fingers locked around each other so tightly they ached. And then, like someone flipped a switch, the music started again. The same old loop, a little scratchy, still offbeat in places, but it was there. I blinked. She was gone. The camera was empty, no face, no shadow, just the normal, grainy black and white feed showing the front of the store, nothing out of place, nothing moving. She had left, just like the rule said she would. I didn't stand up right away. I was shaking too hard. My whole body felt hollow, like everything inside had been scooped out and replaced with static. I stayed on the floor a few minutes longer, breathing in through my nose and out through my mouth until the feeling passed. At 5:56 I stood. It felt surreal, like I was waking up from something. I looked around the break room, as if seeing it for the first time. The chair, the computer, the empty can of soda on the desk. It was all so ordinary. After everything that had happened, it felt wrong for the room to be so plain. I took one last look at the monitor, all clear. Then I opened the door and stepped into the store one final time. It was still. No carts, no wet footprints, no blood, no cold spots, just a regular, empty grocery store in the early hours of morning, with sunlight beginning to show through the front doors. I walked slowly to the registers, expecting something to stop me, a noise, a shadow, anything, but there was nothing. Just the music, playing faintly overhead, and the sound of my own footsteps echoing on the tile. When I reached the front, I waited. I watched the sliding doors, half expecting them to stay shut. But at exactly 6 o'clock they opened. Fresh air hit me like a shock. Real air, cold with a bit of morning fog on it. The parking lot was mostly empty, just a few arriving cars and the sound of birds waking up. I stepped outside. I did not run. I did not look back. I just walked straight to my car, unlocked it, and slid into the seat. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my keys twice before I finally got the engine to turn over. The jazz music was still playing in the store. I could hear it through the glass as I pulled away. I didn't breathe normally until I had turned off the main road and was back on the highway. Even then, it took a while for the adrenaline to wear off. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, expecting to see something sitting in the back seat. Nothing was there. I made it home just after 6:30. The sun had risen, but everything still felt dim. I threw my backpack onto the floor, walked into the kitchen, and stood there for a while, unsure what to do next. Eventually I made coffee. Then I sat at the table and stared at the wall until the mug was empty. I didn't sleep that day. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her, standing at the end of the aisle holding that basket. Or worse, standing just outside the door, face pressed up against the window. But I didn't go back to the store. That was the part I wasn't sure about, whether I'd be asked to, whether I had to. The rules had said not to end the shift early, but they didn't say anything about coming back. Maybe it was a one-night thing. Maybe I passed some kind of test. I had no idea. I got a call from Clive around 3 that afternoon. I didn't answer. He left a message, something about my next shift, and how they were happy to have me. I deleted it. 2 days passed, then 4. I didn't hear anything else. I started to think I was in the clear. But on the 5th day, I got something in the mail. No return address, just a plain white envelope. Inside was a check, $252, payment for 1 shift. I didn't know whether to laugh or throw it away. There was a note too, typed like the original list of rules. Thank you for your work. Your dedication and adherence to procedure is greatly appreciated. Should you wish to take additional shifts, contact Clive directly. There was no phone number, no email, just that same signature. I put the letter away in the drawer and tried to forget about it. It's been a week now. Sometimes I hear that same jazz song in random places, in the car, at the gas station, in a waiting room. I know it's probably nothing, a coincidence. But sometimes I wonder if that store is still watching me, if I broke some rule without realizing it, if she remembers me. But nothing has happened. Not yet. And I have no intention of ever going back. My name is Sammy, and I am 17 years old. Up until recently, I never had to worry about money. I come from a good family, no problems with bills or drama, just the usual suburban life. But by the time I hit my final year of high school, I noticed something. All my friends had part-time jobs. They were working at diners, coffee shops, retail stores, earning their own cash, buying their own stuff. And me, I had never held a job in my life. I guess it was peer pressure that finally got to me. I didn't want to be the only one still asking my dad for money every time a new game dropped. So I started looking. Most of the jobs were boring or barely paid anything. I was about to give up when I found something strange on a job listing site. The ad read like this: Night security guard needed, private animal facility. Hours, midnight to 6 a.m. Pay, $150 per night. Applicants must be 20 or younger. NDA required. That last part gave me pause. 20 or younger? Why the age cap? And what kind of private zoo needed a teenager to guard it at night? Still, the money was really good. I called the number listed. A man picked up almost immediately and introduced himself as Gordon. His voice was calm, smooth, but there was something slightly off about it. He didn't ask about my resume or experience. Instead, he fired off a string of strange questions. Are you easily frightened by loud noises? What's your height? Can you follow instructions without hesitation? I answered everything honestly. I asked him what the job actually was and why the age restriction mattered. He paused, then said, "You'll understand when you get there." Then he emailed me a form to fill out. It asked for my name, address, and some basic info. No social security number, which felt weird, but it also made me more likely to go through with it. I mean, if they weren't trying to steal my identity, how bad could it really be? But the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. A private zoo, no background check, and what was all that about an NDA? Eventually, I decided not to go through with it. I shut off my computer and went to bed around 2 in the morning, thinking I would look for something else the next day. I woke up to find I wasn't in my room. I was lying in a small white bed inside a strange, sterile room. Everything was white, the walls, the furniture, even the rug on the floor. There was no window, and the air felt unnaturally clean. I sat up and realized I was wearing a sleek watch I had never seen before. It displayed the time, my heart rate, and something labeled Lifeline. I stood up, confused and a little scared, and walked to the door. It was unlocked. Outside was a long corridor, lined with enclosures on both sides, giant cages, each containing something large and alive. I took a few cautious steps forward and approached the nearest one. Inside was a massive creature that looked like a tiger, but not quite. It was longer, maybe 15 feet from nose to tail, and at least 6 feet tall. Its fur shimmered with a faint green hue. As soon as it saw me, it roared. The sound hit me like a shockwave. I stumbled back, clutching my ears. A small screen beside the cage lit up with a description. Prototype 1, Maxis, genetically modified Bengal tiger, enhanced muscle mass and vocal capacity. Roar volume exceeds tolerable human threshold. Subject is loyal to humans under specific conditions. Before I could finish reading, it roared again, even louder. Pain shot through my skull and I sprinted back to the room I had woken up in. On the desk was a piece of paper next to a pair of large noise-canceling headphones. I picked up the note with shaking hands and started to read. Welcome. First things first. Yes, you are going to be paid. No, you're not trapped here. You'll be brought in from midnight to 6 in the morning, then returned home as if nothing happened. During that time, a shape-shifting proxy will take your place in the outside world. Do not try to alert anyone. No one will believe you, and you'll only make it worse. Your job is to follow the rules. Survival depends on it. Beneath that was a list of rules, each more bizarre than the last. Rule 1. Always wear the headphones. They will protect you from lethal sounds. You must check all 12 enclosures at least once per hour. Failure to do so will automatically unlock every cage. Rule 2. If Prototype 10 begins to scream or bash the walls, retreat immediately. Lock yourself in your room and turn on all the lights. It cannot hurt you in well-lit spaces. Rule 3. If you see another person in the zoo, shoot them. A pistol is located in the drawer beside your bed. They are not human. Failure to neutralize them within 2 minutes will result in paralysis, followed by extreme torture and eventual death. Rule 4. If any prototype escapes, sound the alarm and release Maxis using the button under your bed. He will handle it. Afterward, lure him back into his cage using the beef-scented barrel in your closet. Rule 5. If Maxis is defeated, end your own life. There are no other defenses. Maxis is the only ally you have. There were more rules, but I could barely process what I had already read. My hands were shaking as I picked up the headphones and put them on. I didn't know what was going on, or why I was here, or how they had managed to teleport me to this place. But one thing was clear. This was real. It wasn't a dream. The zoo existed, and so did the creatures. Just then, I noticed a foul stench drifting into the room. It smelled like rotting meat and spoiled fish. I looked down at the note again. Rule 9. If you smell something foul, follow it. Enter the cage from which it originates. Lock eyes with the prototype. Do not flinch, no matter what. I grabbed the note and walked toward the smell. The smell got worse the closer I got to the cage. It was thick, almost oily, like garbage left to rot in the sun for days, mixed with something sour and wet. I had the rule sheet clutched in my left hand and the flashlight from my bedside drawer in the other. I didn't know why I brought the light, honestly. Everything was already well lit, but having something in my hand made me feel slightly less helpless, slightly. The cage with the odor was labeled Prototype 8. I stepped in front of the plaque to read its description. Prototype 8, Grouch, genetically engineered bird of prey, wingspan 23 feet, height 7 feet 6 inches, talon length 11 inches, emits a paralytic screech. Secondary abilities triggered upon release include minor atmospheric manipulation. Use of visual dominance protocol is advised. Subject will disengage if human target displays no fear. The door to the cage was already ajar. I didn't know if someone forgot to lock it, or if that thing had figured out how to open it from the inside. Either way, I was standing there in front of a massive cage half open, with something living inside that could break bones just by shrieking. I stood there for too long. My body didn't want to move forward. My brain was screaming at me to back away and find someone, anyone, who could take over. But I knew that was pointless. No one was coming. No one else existed here, at least not anyone I could trust. And the longer I waited, the more that smell filled the air, like a countdown I couldn't see. So I stepped inside. Grouch stood at the far end of the enclosure. Its feathers were black with a blue shimmer, almost metallic. Its beak looked strong enough to crush a watermelon in one snap. Its eyes were huge, dark, and strangely human. The second I crossed the threshold, those eyes snapped onto mine. I felt like something icy slid down my spine. I froze, not because of fear at least, not entirely, but because I remembered the rule. Eye contact, do not flinch, let it come. I was already wearing the headphones, but I had no idea how much they would actually help if this thing screamed. It opened its wings. They spread wide and fast, brushing against the walls of the enclosure. The wind it generated hit me hard, and I stumbled a step backward. Not enough to break eye contact, but I knew that was a warning. It started pacing in a wide circle, keeping me in its line of sight the entire time. I could feel something prickling at the edge of my vision, like shadows trying to take shape. I knew it was trying to distract me. I clenched my fists. My knees started to shake. The instinct to run was so strong I thought my body would move on its own. But I held the stare. I reminded myself of the rule, do not flinch. No matter what. Then Grouch let out a screech. Even through the headphones I could hear it. It felt like it was coming from inside my skull. My muscles spazzed, and I dropped to one knee. I couldn't move my arms. My legs twitched against the floor. I was paralyzed, exactly like the rule had warned, but my neck still worked. My eyes still locked onto his. It circled me twice more, then swooped low overhead, just enough to make me feel the wind and catch a glimpse of those massive talons inches from my face. Still, I didn't look away. Eventually, the odor started to fade. The air cleared. Grouch's eyes softened slightly, just for a moment, before it turned and retreated to the corner of its cage. I felt my fingers twitch again. My arms came back first, then my legs. When I could stand, I stumbled out and closed the door behind me. It clicked shut automatically. My heart was hammering in my chest. I pressed my back against the cage door, slid down, and sat on the floor. I stayed like that for maybe 5 or 10 minutes. I lost track. I was just breathing, focusing on not throwing up. After I calmed down, I forced myself to go back to my room. I needed to sit somewhere that didn't smell like fear and death. I tossed the flashlight on the desk, pulled off the headphones, and dropped them next to it. I looked down at the watch. It was 1:27. Barely 90 minutes in. I pulled out the rule sheet again. My eyes skimmed the lines I had already followed, and then I stopped on Rule 7, Prototype 5, Magenta. Her description said something about gills turning blue and a hypnotic song. I tried to remember which cage she was in. Somewhere toward the back left, I thought. I decided I would wait another 10 minutes before I started my round again. I needed to breathe. At exactly 1:45, the alarms went off. It wasn't loud, not like a fire alarm or anything. It was this low, mechanical tone that echoed across the corridor like a heartbeat. I felt it in my chest before I registered what it meant. A prototype had escaped. Rule 4. I grabbed the note again, reading as fast as I could while moving toward the bed. There was a small panel underneath the frame, almost hidden unless you were looking for it. I pressed it, and a small red button popped out. I hit it. Far down the hall, I heard the sound of a cage opening. Maxis. The green tiger, the one from earlier. I didn't hear him roar, but I did hear the sounds of something being torn apart. Metal crashing, a low, thunderous growl, and then silence. The watch on my wrist beeped once. I didn't know why. I ran to the closet and pulled out the barrel the note had mentioned. It smelled awful, like raw meat mixed with gasoline. I rolled it down the hall toward Maxis's enclosure. It bounced once, twice, then rolled to a stop just inside the cage. Maxis didn't hesitate. He trotted over and sniffed the barrel, then picked it up with his teeth and walked inside. I hit the red button again, and his door slammed shut behind him. I stood there, heart pounding, staring at the locked cage. Maxis stared back at me, and then he turned and laid down like nothing had happened. It was only 2:15. Still almost 4 more hours to go. I didn't move for a long time after sealing Maxis back into his cage. I just stood there in the middle of that corridor, with the faint smell of blood and metal still hanging in the air. It was like the zoo itself was holding its breath. Everything had gone quiet again, but it didn't feel like peace. It felt like the pause between something ending and something worse beginning. I finally forced myself to head back to my room. My legs were heavy, my body aching in a way I didn't even notice until the adrenaline had faded. I sat on the edge of the bed, took off the headphones, and wiped my face with both hands. My skin felt damp. I wasn't sure if it was sweat or something else. I didn't want to think about it too hard. I glanced at the watch. It was 2:28 in the morning. The second hand ticked forward with that slow, almost mocking rhythm. Still more than 3 hours left. I got up and paced the room, trying to stop the tremble in my hands. I felt like I was in over my head. No, scratch that. I knew I was in over my head. I didn't know if the other kids who worked these shifts were handling it better, or if they had just gone numb to it. Either way, I was still new. Still flinching every time a vent clicked or a floorboard creaked. After a while, I looked down at the list of rules again. I hadn't seen the fake human yet, the one that needed to be shot. I wasn't looking forward to that. I wasn't even sure if I could go through with it if the time came, but Rule 3 had been very clear. If you see another person, shoot first. There was no room for doubt. I walked over to the drawer and opened it. The pistol was still there, heavy, dark, real. I picked it up, held it in my hand for a moment, then set it back down. I didn't want it on me unless I absolutely had to. At exactly 3 o'clock, I left the room to start another round. I still needed to check all 12 enclosures. I had only seen a few of the prototypes so far, but that smell from earlier, that one awful detail, had been enough to convince me to follow every rule exactly. Most of the cages were quiet. I passed by Prototype 2, a hulking reptilian shape curled up in the dark. The glass of the enclosure was frosted, which was probably for the best. The plaque on the wall said something about thermoregulation and sudden bursts of movement. I didn't read further. Prototype 4 was empty except for a shifting shadow that seemed to move in and out of the corners of my eyes. I didn't stop walking. Then I got to Prototype 5. Magenta. She didn't look dangerous, Not at first. Just a woman sitting in a shallow pool of water at the back of the cage. Her skin shimmered with faint purples and pinks under the fluorescent lights, and the gills on her neck moved slowly, almost rhythmically. I stared for a second, then remembered the rule. If her gills turn blue and she makes eye contact, look away fast and put on your headphones. She will try to sing. I reached up and adjusted the headphones just in case. As I did, she stood. Water rippled around her legs as she moved closer. She tilted her head and smiled too wide, too perfect. Her gills pulsed once, then again, and then they turned blue. I yanked my eyes away so fast I nearly dropped the flashlight. I stared at the floor, backed up 3 steps, and held my breath. A soft melody began to drift through the air, sweet like lullabies in ocean waves. Even with the headphones I could hear it faintly, like it was trying to sneak into my thoughts through cracks I didn't know I had. I pressed my hands over the headphones, doubled up on the silence. The song got quieter, then it stopped completely. When I finally looked up again, Magenta was back in the pool, lying on her side, her gills back to red. She wasn't smiling anymore. I left without another glance. I checked the rest of the enclosures without incident. Prototype 7 was asleep, a long eel-like creature that pulsed with bioluminescent light. Prototype 11, Talon, looked almost peaceful, curled up on a pile of synthetic leaves with its wings wrapped tightly around itself. A bipedal wolf with jet-black feathers along its back and arms. Still terrifying, but at least it didn't seem interested in me. When I got back to my room, it was 3:43. I sat down and tried to calm my racing heart. One more round, maybe 2, and I'd be out of here. At 6, I'd wake up in my bed, with money in my pocket, and the illusion that none of this had ever happened. That was when the lights flickered. Not off, just dimmer, like something was pulling power away from the rest of the building. I checked the hallway. The overhead bulbs buzzed weakly, casting long, twitching shadows on the floor. I closed the door and locked it. That's when I heard it. A voice. Not loud, just wrong. It sounded like my own voice, like someone was outside the door, pretending to be me. "Hey, it's Sammy. Let me in." I froze. "Come on, it's me. I forgot something in the room." I stared at the door. I didn't move. I didn't speak. The voice tried again. "Don't be a freak. I just need my watch." Still calm, still mine, but flat, off, somehow. Then silence. I crept to the door and looked through the peephole. There I was, standing right outside the door, same clothes, same haircut, same exhausted look on my face. My copy stood still, not knocking, not fidgeting, just staring at the door like it knew I was watching. The rule flashed in my head. Rule 3. If you see another person walking in the zoo, shoot them. I turned back to the drawer, pulled out the pistol, and gripped it with both hands. I took a breath. Then another. And another. I aimed it at the door. And waited. But I didn't open it, because I knew the second I did, it wouldn't be my reflection standing there anymore. I stood there with the pistol pointed at the door, for what felt like hours. My arms started to ache. I had no idea if the thing pretending to be me was still standing on the other side, or if it had already slipped away. The watch on my wrist read 4:02 in the morning. Still 2 hours left. 2 hours in a place where every second stretched like it wanted to break me. Eventually, I backed away from the door, keeping the pistol in my hand. I did not unlock it. I did not speak. I just sat back on the edge of the bed and tried to slow my breathing. I did not know if staying quiet would help, but it was the only thing I could think to do. The imitation version of me had not tried to break in, not yet. Maybe it was not allowed to. Or maybe it was just waiting for me to mess up. I looked at the rule sheet again. Rule 3 had warned me about this. That thing, whatever it was the only one vulnerable to the pistol. Everything else would kill me before I even had time to scream, but not the imposter. The rules made that very clear. If I saw it, I had 2 minutes to shoot. If I failed, it would paralyze me, and then I remembered the rest of that rule. I had read it once, and it had been burned into my memory ever since. So I sat still. I waited. Eventually the hallway outside my room creaked again. Faint footsteps, then nothing. I counted to 100 slowly in my head, then counted again. I didn't go near the door until I was sure the hallway was completely still. Even then, I did not look through the peephole. I just sat there clutching the pistol until the pain in my knuckles forced me to ease my grip. At 4:30, the alarm went off again. This time I jumped out of my seat without hesitation. The low, vibrating tone was the exact same as before. Another prototype had escaped. I moved fast. Pressed the button under my bed to open Maxis's cage. I heard it open down the hall, followed by a deep, low growl that made my stomach tighten. I didn't wait to hear what came next. I ran to the closet, grabbed the barrel, and made my way toward his enclosure. But halfway there, I stopped. There was a body on the floor. At first I thought it was one of the prototypes. Then I realized it was the imposter, the one that had looked just like me. Its neck was broken, twisted at an unnatural angle. Its arms were stretched out to the sides. Its face was still my face. Same tired eyes, same crooked nose, same look of confusion, but it was not breathing. Maxis stood just a few feet away, watching me. I held up the barrel and rolled it toward his cage. He sniffed the air, then calmly turned and padded back into his enclosure. I waited for him to go all the way in before I hit the button again. The door sealed, shut behind him with a mechanical click. I stood there, staring at the dead thing on the floor for a long moment. Then I looked away. I did not want to remember it too clearly. Whatever it was, it had been a warning, a reminder. The rules were not suggestions. They were survival instructions. I finished the round, checked all the cages. Nothing else seemed out of place. Magenta was asleep. Talon was pacing a little but calm. Grouch was still curled up, wings folded tight. I did not take any chances. I kept the headphones on, flashlight in one hand, pistol in the other. No more hesitation. At 5:23, the lights flickered again. Not like before. This time they went out completely. For 3 full seconds everything was dark. I could not see my hands. I could not see the hallway. I could not see the cages. Then the backup lights kicked on. A red glow filled the corridors. It made everything look wrong, like I had stepped into a nightmare version of the zoo. The cages were still there, but the shadows inside them looked sharper, angrier. My chest tightened. A second alarm went off. This one was different, higher pitch, urgent. I ran back to the room, slammed the door shut, and turned on every single light, even the little desk lamp. I didn't know what was coming, but I remembered Rule 2. If Prototype 10 starts screaming and hitting the walls, hide in a lit room. Then I heard it. A deep, inhuman scream echoed down the hall. Not a roar, not a growl, a scream, painful, hungry. The walls of the room trembled. I backed away from the door and crouched in the farthest corner. My arms wrapped around my knees. My hands trembled. The scream came again, this time closer. The sound of metal slamming echoed behind it. A cage had been broken, not unlocked, broken. The lights flickered once, then steadied. Something scraped past my door, a dragging sound like claws or metal or bones. I held my breath. Then silence. Complete, unnatural silence. I looked down at my watch. It was 5:47. If I could just wait 13 more minutes, I would be done. I would wake up in my bed. The money would be there. The night would be over. That was what the rule sheet had promised. At 6 o'clock, I would pass out and wake up at home. The lights flickered again. The watch beeped once. Then the red glow faded. I do not remember falling. 1 second I was staring at the door. The next, I was in my own bed. The sunlight was streaming in through the blinds. My hands were shaking. My shirt was damp with sweat. But I was home. The pistol was gone. The watch was gone. The paper with the rules, gone. I sat up slowly, checked my pockets. $150 in cash. Exactly as promised. I stared at the money for a long time. It looked real, it felt real, but none of it explained anything. I had been taken, transported, thrown into a place with monsters that didn't belong in this world. And now I was back, just like that. I wanted to believe it was over, but deep down, I knew it was not. The next night I told myself I would not go. I told myself I could fight it somehow. Maybe if I didn't fall asleep, if I stayed awake all night, I could stop it from happening. I took caffeine pills. I drank 2 cans of energy drinks. I sat upright in my bed, lights on, headphones in, a playlist blasting just to keep me alert. It was all useless. At exactly 12:01, my vision went black. I didn't even feel it coming. There was no warning, no dizzy spell, no sense of drifting. 1 second I was in my room, and the next I was standing in the same sterile white bedroom again, the watch already strapped to my wrist. My stomach sank. This was not a dream. This was never a dream. I didn't scream. I didn't panic. I just stood there and let the realization settle deep into my bones. This was my life now, at least for the next 3 years. I had made it through 3 nights so far. Maybe I could make it through more. Maybe. I sat down on the bed and looked over the rule sheet again. It was slightly different this time. A few new notes scribbled at the bottom, in darker ink. I had not written them. I would never write like this. Rule 11. If you hear knocking under your bed between 12:30 and 1, do not look underneath. Place the pillow over your ears. Let it finish. Do not speak. Rule 12. If the closet opens on its own, speak the words, "I see you." Then close it gently. If it stays closed, you are safe. That was all it said. No signature, no explanation, no warning about how these new rules had appeared, or who had added them. I just stared at the paper, heart thudding in my chest, and read them over and over again. It was 12:24. I had 6 minutes until I would find out if either of the new rules applied tonight. I turned on the lights, triple-checked the closet door, then sat in the center of the bed with the pillow clutched tightly in my lap. The headphones were already on. I was already shaking. At 12:32, the first knock came. A single soft tap from underneath the mattress. I froze. Then came another, then another. They were slow and rhythmic, almost polite, like someone down there was patiently waiting for me to react. I didn't move. Instead, I placed the pillow firmly over my ears, just like the rule had said. I did not try to peek. I did not try to speak. I just sat there, listening to the dull pressure of sound filtered through the pillow. The knocking lasted a full 5 minutes. When it stopped, I did not move for 2 more, just in case. When I finally lifted the pillow, the room was still. The watch on my wrist read 12:42. I took 1 deep breath and stood up. Then the closet opened. Not with a bang, not with a crash, just a slow, soft creak that made the hair on my arms stand on end. The light from the ceiling cast a long shadow into the hallway of clothes. There was nothing visibly inside, nothing I could see from here. I swallowed hard. "I see you," I whispered, my voice barely coming out. Then I walked forward and gently shut the door until the latch clicked. I stepped back. It stayed closed. I waited. Still closed. That was enough. I started my round a few minutes later. The cages were quiet again, but the silence no longer brought comfort. Now it felt like the eye of a storm. I moved quickly but carefully, flashlight sweeping each cage, reading names and checking for signs of stress or movement. The routine made me feel a little better, like I was doing something, even if all it meant was surviving a few more hours. Maxis was asleep. His heavy breathing shook the floor in a steady rhythm. Talon had not moved. Magenta watched me from her pool with an unreadable expression, but her gills stayed red. I passed by a prototype I had not noticed before. Number 12. No name on the plaque. Just a line that said, "Do not enter under any circumstances." I didn't even look through the glass. I kept walking. Halfway down the hall, I smelled something strange. Not the usual rot or sulfur. This was different. Clean, sweet, almost like flowers. The scent led me toward a cage that had been previously empty. Now it was not. Prototype 9. I stopped in front of the glass. Inside was a tall skeletal figure wrapped in strips of gauze. Its face was missing entirely. Just a smooth surface of bone or something like it. The scent seemed to be coming from it. Every time it shifted, a wave of that floral smell hit me. The rule sheet had not mentioned Prototype 9, not even once. I checked the plaque again, still blank. That scared me more than anything. I didn't go inside. I didn't even linger. I backed away slowly and returned to my room. I locked the door and turned on all the lights again. I sat on the bed with the rule sheet open, scanning every line for something I might have missed. Nothing about 9, nothing about flowers, nothing about the closet after 1 in the morning. But one rule stood out more now than ever. Rule 10, if Maxis ever loses a fight, shoot yourself. It sounded like a joke the first time I read it, or a warning too ridiculous to be true. But after everything I had seen, the screech that could paralyze, the mimic version of me, the knocking under the bed, it didn't feel so far-fetched anymore. And if they went through all this trouble just to give me a chance, even a slim one, I had to believe it was for a reason. I had to believe someone out there had tried and failed and left behind a map for the rest of us. The money did not matter anymore. I wasn't doing this for the cash. I was doing it because if I messed up, I would die, and it would not be quick. It would not be painless. I looked down at the watch. It was 5:58. 2 more minutes. I closed my eyes and waited for the blackness. When the blackness took me this time, it felt heavier. Not just like sleep, but like something pulling me under. I braced for it, but it was still jarring. The moment of transition was always the worst. My stomach turned inside out. The floor seemed to vanish beneath me. Then I opened my eyes and I was back. Same white room, same bed, same watch, same rules on the table. But something was different. I could feel it before I could even name it. The air was colder, thicker, like the walls had started breathing. I stood slowly and checked the lights, still working. The door was still closed. Everything looked the same, but it felt like the zoo was holding something back, like it was waiting. The paper on the table had a new note. This time, the writing was in bold red ink, written at the bottom in what looked like a rush. Final evaluation begins tonight. Do not break formation. Trust Maxis. If the lights go out, get to the center of the zoo. That was it. No new rule number, no signature, just that warning. And it hit different. It didn't feel like a warning. It felt like an order. I stepped outside and froze. The hallway lights were already dimmed. The usual clean white glow had been replaced with flickering amber, like a dying flashlight. I walked carefully, every step loud on the tile. The zoo was too quiet. I began the round like normal, checked Prototype 2, still curled up, but shifting slightly like it knew something was coming. Talon was pacing, wings twitching like it was getting ready for flight. Grouch was still in place, but he kept letting out low sounds that made the floor tremble. It was the kind of rumble you feel before an earthquake. Then I passed by Magenta. Her gills were blue. I immediately turned away, headphones clamped tight. Her song still slipped through, just barely, a note or two, like the start of a siren's hum. But I didn't fall for it. I moved quickly. Halfway through the round, the lights went out. Not a flicker this time. Total darkness. I did not panic. I remembered the note. Get to the center. I turned and ran. It was almost like the zoo was trying to stop me. The hallways felt longer, like the walls were stretching. I kept running anyway, using the red emergency lights that blinked from corners to guide me. I passed by a mirror. I caught a glimpse of myself. Or I thought I did. I kept going. The center of the zoo was a circular atrium with domed glass overhead. At night it just showed the black sky, but right now it was the only place where the lights were still working. Maxis was already there. He was standing in the middle of the room, his massive green body tense, breathing hard. When he saw me, he didn't growl, he just watched. Then I heard it. A second pair of footsteps. Light, deliberate. I turned toward the sound, and my heart nearly stopped. It was me again. Another version. Same face, same clothes, same haircut. But his eyes were wrong, too black, too calm. I reached for the pistol but realized I had left it in the drawer. The imposter smiled. "You're late," it said. Maxis let out a low rumble, almost like a warning. He stepped between us. The imposter didn't flinch. Instead, he stepped forward, slowly, like he wasn't afraid of anything. Then he lunged. Maxis moved fast, faster than I had ever seen him move. He slammed into the imposter with full force, sending it flying across the floor. But it didn't stay down. It twisted midair, landed on all fours, and skittered forward like some kind of insect, pretending to be human. I backed up toward the edge of the atrium. Maxis roared and pounced again. This time he grabbed the thing in his jaws. The imposter screamed. It was my voice, but it didn't sound human. It sounded like something trying to mimic a scream but getting it wrong. Maxis didn't let go. He thrashed, slammed it into the ground, over and over. Until it stopped moving. Until the lights came back on. I stood frozen. Breathing. Shaking. Alive. The body on the floor stopped looking like me. It twisted, melted, faded into something gray and formless. I could see bones underneath, but they didn't belong to anything human. Maxis looked at me one more time. Then he turned and walked back down the hallway. His job was done. And apparently, so was mine. I walked back to my room, numb. The zoo was quiet now, completely silent. I sat on the bed, the paper was gone, the watch started beeping. 6 o'clock. Then black. I woke up in my own bed, the sun peeking through the curtains. I checked my pockets. $150, same as always. But this time, there was no call. No dreams. No shift the next night. No teleporting. I waited for days, then weeks, but nothing happened. Eventually, I accepted it. I was done. It was over. Whatever that place was, whatever test I had passed, I had survived it. I don't know why. I don't know what it means. I don't know what they are or who built that zoo or why they needed someone under 20 to survive the night. But I do know this. I kept the rules. I followed every instruction. I did not look away. And because of that, I lived. I still have the money. I keep it tucked in a drawer, untouched. Not because I'm afraid to spend it, but because it feels like a reminder of what I went through, of who I became. I am not the same kid I was before this started. I don't scare easily anymore. I don't sleep easily either. But I wake up every morning grateful. And if someone finds this, if someone reads this and thinks it's just a story, good, let it be a story. But if you ever see a job listing for a night guard at a private zoo, one with no address and an unusual age limit, please, do not apply. I started the job 2 weeks ago at the Harder's Convenience Market out on Ridgeway Drive in Marlow, Ohio. It was supposed to be a simple overnight shift, just keep the place clean, serve the occasional late-night customer, and maybe restock some shelves. I needed the money, and I thought it would be boring, maybe even peaceful. It turns out I was wrong in a way I could not have imagined. The interview was quick. The store manager, a thin man named Frank, greeted me behind the counter with a tired voice and tired eyes. He asked if I could work overnight. I said yes. He handed me a stack of codes for the front door and told me to arrive by midnight. Then he paused, reached beneath the register, and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. He slid it across the board. Then he spoke quietly. "There are rules," he said, quiet enough that I almost missed it. "You follow them exactly." I unfolded the paper, expecting some new supply list or maybe a schedule of tasks. Instead, I saw a list that made my stomach drop. Rules for the night clerk. If you see a man in a trench coat standing in freezer aisle 3, do not speak to him or approach him. He will leave at exactly 2:16 in the morning. If the store phone rings more than once between 1 and 15 minutes after 1 a.m., do not pick it up. Let it ring, even if it rings more than twice. If a woman with dripping hair walks in and asks to use the restroom, you must tell her it is broken. Do not let her in, regardless of what she says. At exactly 3 a.m., check the bakery aisle. If a loaf of bread is gone, lock the main doors immediately. Go to the staff room and remain there until 3:17. Do not look at the security monitors during that time. If you hear children laughing after 4 a.m., stay exactly at the counter. Do not move, do not speak, do not make eye contact until the laughter stops. I looked up at Frank, unsure if he was serious. "Is this some kind of joke?" I asked, forcing my voice to stay calm. His face tightened. He looked tired, worn in a way that I couldn't read as angry or just beaten. "These are not jokes," he said softly. "You follow them. You will be fine." And with that he left, disappearing into the back office. I was left with a list so strange I almost felt like I might laugh, except I knew by the look on his face that he was not joking. At midnight I clocked in. The store smelled like cold pizza and cleaning chemicals. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead in neat rows. The security camera feed showed the aisles: frozen food, snacks, beverage, bakery, home goods, and the always empty checkout lines. Not many people came in overnight, which was expected. But I was already on edge. My shift began with me wiping down the soda dispenser and wrestling open a terribly sticky bread crust bin. I tried not to think about the rules at all, just going through the motions. Then the phone rang at 1:07, a single ring that cut through the quiet. I froze. The rule flashed in my mind: do not answer. Even though it was just one ring, I hesitated. I clicked open the register drawer, and during that moment, the line went dead. The ringing stopped. I breathed out. It was probably a prank, a late-night caller, something trivial. Then it rang again, and again, 2 rums, 3 rings. It echoed through the store once, twice, thrice. I backed away. I stared at it. The rule said not to answer it. My hands itched to pick it up, but I didn't. At 4 rings, it finally stopped. The room seemed to grow quieter. My heart pounded. I checked the security monitor. One of the cameras covered the left side of the entrance. On the screen, I saw a figure standing outside. Dark trench coat, hat pulled low. He didn't move. No shadow, no glare from the lights. Just still. I stayed frozen, staring. Then the phone stopped ringing. The figure remained. My hands felt cold. I moved to the edge of the counter and watched. Then, like someone flipped a switch, he vanished. The screen glitched for a second like a cable interference, and then he was gone. It was 1:15 a.m. Nothing else happened after that. No more rings, no customers. Just stale air and the steady hum of the refrigerators. At 1:30, I pulled out a soda and leaned against the counter. I tried to tell myself I was being silly, that I was imagining things. I went back to wiping the display cases and straightening the cereal boxes. I refused to think about the rules again. I just wanted to laugh it off, but something in my gut kept warning me not to. Then at 2:15, I was stocking cans of soup near the bakery when I saw him, a man in a heavy trench coat standing near freezer aisle 3. He was still and perfect and quiet. I looked at my watch, 2:15:30. My pulse spiked. I didn't move. I didn't look at him. I pretended to reach for soup cans while I counted minutes in my head. 2:15:59. Now or never. I glanced. He was still there. Then the clock clicked. 2:16 a.m. He was gone, Just like the rule said, the freezer door hummed, the fluorescent lights hummed. I exhaled without meaning to. My hands shook. I did not speak. I did not move. I did not step closer. I just kept doing the tasks I had been doing, shaking in place. When 3 o'clock hit, I moved toward the bakery aisle, dread swelling in my chest. I did not want to follow that rule, but I knew I had to. I arrived just before it struck. The row of loaves on the shelf was full, 1 minute left. Then the clock rolled to 3 a.m. The shelf was empty, like someone had reached out and taken exactly one loaf. My breath caught. My hands went cold. I grabbed the keys and lock buttons. I ran to the front door and slammed the deadbolt in place. I sprinted to the staff room, threw the lights out behind me, locked the door, and sank to the floor. My heart pounded in my ears. I hugged my knees. I tapped my foot. I stayed in place until 3:17 a.m. I did not watch the screens. I did not breathe except to count time. At exactly 3:17 the door clicked. It sounded like thunder in the room. I looked up slowly and pushed open the door. The store lights were all on. The loaves were back on the shelf. The phone was silent. The soup cans were dust-free. I checked the clock. It was 3:18. I felt like I had just stepped out of a dream, that horrible, impossible dream you cannot shake. My palms were sweaty. My shirt was sticking to my back. I tried to smile at the security monitor. I tried to straighten my chest. I tried to believe none of this had happened. Then at 4 a.m. I heard laughter, soft but unmistakable, playful children giggling. It came from somewhere behind aisle 5. I felt it float through the air, drifting around the store like soap bubbles. I remembered the rule: do not move, do not speak, do not look around. I stood there at the register, heart in my throat. I did not turn to see. I did not speak. The laughter echoed for seconds, then faded into nothing. When 4:15 a.m. hit, my shift had nearly ended. The store looked normal, too normal, but I had seen too much to ever feel the same way about it again. It was almost 6 when the morning crew arrived. I clocked out with shaking fingers. I handed over the logbook and got a nod from Frank without meeting his eyes. I walked past the always empty aisles in silence, then out the front door into the sunrise. I do not talk about that shift. I do not go back. I collect my paycheck next week. I may not even cash it. I keep the rules scraps in my jacket pocket. I do not reread them, but every so often I check the time at 1:15 a.m., 2:16 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., out of habit, I suppose. Just in case. I told myself I was done. After that shift, I swore I would never step foot in Harder's Market again. But that was a promise made in the early hours of the morning, when the sky was barely pink and my hands were still shaking. The next day, I slept most of the afternoon. I didn't check my phone. I didn't open my mail. I didn't eat. I just laid in bed, covers pulled to my chin, trying to convince myself none of it had happened. But by the time evening rolled around, I was back to checking the clock, watching the digits creep toward midnight, wondering what would happen to the store without me there to follow the rules. Around 8 that night, Frank called. I let it ring, once, then twice. I didn't answer. He didn't leave a voicemail. I thought about the trench coat man, the woman with the wet hair, that thing in the bakery aisle, and the laughter. That sound would not leave my head. I kept hearing it in the house, faint, like it was bouncing off the walls from somewhere just outside. Every creak of the floor made me jump. By 10, I was pacing the living room. By 11, I was dressed and in the car. I didn't want to be there, but something deeper than reason kept pulling me back. I pulled into the parking lot at 11:42. Frank's car was not there. A few bugs flitted under the street lamps. A stray cat darted across the empty lot. Everything was quiet. Inside, the store felt the same as I remembered. Cold, too bright, sterile in a way that didn't feel right. I headed toward the back room to clock in. The rule list was still on the corkboard where I had left it, still yellowed and creased, like it had been there a long time. I ran my finger down the list without reading the words. Just the motion alone made my stomach twist. I started the shift the same way I had the night before. Cleaned the soda machine. Restocked the gum racks near the register. It felt more mechanical now, like I was repeating a script. I didn't think about whether I was scared. I just wanted to survive the night. It was 1:04 a.m. when the phone rang. This time, I didn't even flinch. I stood behind the counter, arms crossed, and waited. 1 ring, 2, then 3. I watched the clock tick through the minute. 4 rings, 5. Then silence. I didn't move until 1:15 passed. The security monitor showed no one outside. No shadow near the door. Nothing in the corners. Still, I stayed where I was. I wasn't about to get confident. Confidence got people killed in horror movies. Confidence meant you thought you understood the rules, and I didn't, not even close. Around 1:30, I went to clean the drink cooler doors. While I worked, I kept glancing down aisle 3. No one was there. But the lights above that row flickered every few minutes, like the electricity couldn't decide if it wanted to stay on. I worked slower than usual, listening to the hum of the fridge compressors and the buzz of the lights overhead. Every sound felt like it was layered with something else, like a hidden rhythm you can't quite catch. At 2:10, I went back to the counter. I didn't need to check the time. I could feel it coming, like a pressure drop before a storm. At 2:15, I saw him. The man in the trench coat was standing in freezer aisle 3 again. Same posture, same direction. He was facing the back wall, his arms at his sides. He didn't move. I didn't look at him. I stared down at the linoleum floor behind the register, trying not to breathe too loud. My palms were damp. My shoulders ached from how tight I was holding myself still. Then the clock ticked to 2:16. He vanished. Just like the first time. No sound, no flicker, just gone. I let out a breath. It didn't help much. My hands were still shaking. I grabbed a bottled water from the cooler, popped the cap, and took a few gulps to try to steady myself. 3 o'clock was next. I didn't want to check the bakery aisle again. I lingered by the drink fridge until 2:59, then slowly made my way toward the back. The bread shelves were lined with soft white loaves, all neatly stacked. I counted them, then the clock turned. 3 a.m. 1 loaf was gone. I didn't wait. I ran to the front, locked the doors, killed the lights, bolted into the break room, slammed the door behind me. I pressed my back to the wall and slid down until I was sitting. I did not look at the cameras. I did not move. The silence was worse than noise, worse than the laughter. It felt like something was right outside the break room, pressing against the walls, waiting. I closed my eyes and counted the minutes. Every tick felt like a weight being dropped into my chest. At 3:17 it lifted. I opened the door slowly and peeked out. The store looked normal. The lights buzzed. The bread shelf was full again. I walked back to the register, trying not to look at anything too hard. I just wanted to get through the night. Then came 4 a.m. I was already behind the register when it started. That same soft laughter, like kids playing hide and seek. It crept through the air, drifting from the back of the store toward the front. I didn't look. I didn't move. The laughter got louder, closer. It passed by aisle 5, then 4. Then it was right behind me. I felt it. Something brushed against the back of my shirt, cold like a wet hand. I did not turn around. My knees locked, my jaw clenched so tight it hurt. Then the laughter faded, like it had never been there. When it stopped, I stayed frozen for at least another 2 minutes. Then I exhaled slowly, my ribs aching. It was 4:12. I had just under 2 hours left, and I already felt like I had run a marathon. I checked the monitor. Everything looked calm, but I knew better than to trust that. I wiped the counter. I restocked the candy rack. I counted each pack of gum like it mattered, like it would keep me grounded. My fingers trembled. Outside, the sky was starting to shift toward gray. Dawn was still far, but the faintest bit of hope peeked through. I counted the minutes until 6 a.m. like they were lifelines. I was starting to think I could make it through the night again. But I should have known better. Because at 4:33, the front doors opened. And I never heard them unlock. I didn't even hear the chime. That was the first thing I noticed. The little bell above the front door that rang whenever someone walked in, it didn't go off. It should have. I had memorized the sound. That soft, mechanical note that echoed through the empty store like a polite warning. But this time, nothing. Just the soft whir of the freezer units and the hum of the lights overhead. I was still behind the register. I had not moved. I hadn't touched the locks. I knew I hadn't. And yet, the doors were wide open. A breeze drifted in, carrying with it the scent of wet concrete and something else. Something sour, metallic, like old coins soaked in vinegar. For a second, I didn't move. I just stared across the store at the entrance, heart crawling up my throat. There was nothing there. No customer. No late-night delivery. Just the dark, empty parking lot and the soft sound of wind brushing against the automatic doors, which were now frozen halfway open, like they were unsure whether to shut again. I stepped out from behind the counter, keeping my eyes on the doorway. My legs didn't want to move, but I forced them. Each step forward felt wrong, like walking into a room you know you're not supposed to be in. The air got colder as I got closer. I passed the gum rack, the cigarette case. I kept my eyes open for movement, anything unusual. Then I stopped. There were footprints. Just outside the door, pressed into the wet concrete, were two perfectly spaced footprints, barefoot, human-looking, but way too large, easily the length of my forearm. The toes splayed unnaturally wide, and the impression was deep, like someone had been standing there for a while, watching. I did not step outside. I just reached forward and hit the override button to close the doors again. They stuttered, like the motor was fighting me, then slowly ground shut. I held my breath until they sealed with a click. I locked them again. Then I backed away. I didn't know if that broke a rule. There was nothing on the list about mysterious unlocked doors or prints on the sidewalk. I ran through each line in my head. No mention of this. That was somehow worse than if it had been listed. The rules were supposed to be the boundary, the only framework I had, and now I was off script. I returned to the register, wiped my hands on my jeans, and glanced at the monitor again. Still no one on the cameras. Still that eerie sense of stillness. But the monitor screen on the bottom right was glitching slightly, like static was trying to claw in around the edges. I tapped the edge of the desk. I counted the candy bars again. Anything to give me something normal, something solid to hold on to, but my brain wouldn't shut up. I kept replaying the image of those footprints, the space between the toes, the size, the weight. At 4:52 the lights flickered. Just once. But that was enough. I straightened immediately. I checked the clock. My next patrol wasn't scheduled yet, but the idea of sitting still was worse than walking the aisles. I grabbed the flashlight from under the register just in case and started down the main corridor. The freezers buzzed on my right, their contents hazy through the fogged-up glass. The air grew colder as I passed aisle 6, then 7. I didn't even glance down them. I knew better. I walked faster. When I reached the end of the row, I turned right. This was the stretch that led toward the stockroom, past the paper goods and cleaning supplies. I had passed this corridor before, dozens of times. But now something was different. One of the ceiling panels was open. The tile had been shifted, just slightly, like something had passed through it. There was a faint dusting of white powder on the floor underneath. I stopped, looked up. Nothing moved. I stood there for a second too long, frozen in place. Then I forced myself to keep walking. My footsteps echoed slightly louder now. I felt exposed, like the lights were too bright and the air was too thin. I passed the mop closet. Then I heard something. A scrape. Very quiet, almost delicate, like someone was dragging a nail slowly along metal. It came from behind me. I didn't turn around. Instead, I started walking faster. The sound followed. Scrape. Then a pause. Scrape. I reached the stockroom door and pulled it open hard enough to nearly fall through it. I slammed it shut behind me and pressed my back against the metal, heart pounding. The scraping sound had stopped. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever made it was still just on the other side, waiting. The stockroom was quiet, dusty, full of unopened boxes and tall wire racks. I stayed in there for maybe 2 minutes before stepping back into the main store. It was still empty, still silent. Back at the register, the clock read 5:23, 37 minutes to go. I thought about unlocking the doors, getting a head start, maybe pretending I had started my closing duties early, but the last rule echoed in my head. Do not, under any circumstances, end your shift early. I wasn't risking that. Instead, I sat behind the counter, breathing shallowly, eyes darting between the monitors. The glitch in the lower screen was gone now, replaced by an image I couldn't quite process. It was the candy aisle. Someone was standing there. A girl. She looked young, 10, maybe 11, wearing a faded hoodie and jeans, barefoot. Her head was tilted, almost curious, as she stood motionless in front of the chocolate bars. I leaned closer. She wasn't on any of the other cameras, just that one. Then her head snapped toward the lens. Her face was completely blank. No eyes, no mouth, just smooth, pale skin, like a doll's head that had never been finished. My throat tightened. I backed away slowly. My knees hit the cabinet behind me. She didn't move, just stared. Then the camera cut to static. All of them did. For a full 10 seconds, every feed on the monitor was gone, just gray noise. I didn't breathe. When the images returned, she was gone. The aisles were empty again. And the clock ticked to 5:41. 19 minutes left. The last 19 minutes of that shift felt like years. I didn't move much. I sat behind the register, eyes glued to the monitor, waiting for something else to happen, waiting for the faceless girl to come back, for the phone to ring again, for that scrape to return. Nothing did. At one point, I almost convinced myself that I had imagined everything. The girl in the candy aisle, the footprints, the open ceiling tile. Maybe I had just been sleep-deprived and jumpy, like some kind of weird dream you only half remember in the morning. But that feeling, that slow-breathing fear sitting in my gut, it hadn't gone away. The clock on the register ticked to 5:57. I stood, legs stiff from sitting so long. There were only 3 minutes left. I paced behind the counter, heart ticking up with each passing second. I kept glancing toward the front doors, waiting to see headlights or taillights or anything that meant I could hand this nightmare off to someone else. But the parking lot was still empty. At 5:59, the automatic doors finally opened. Not slowly, not like usual. They whipped open hard enough to rattle, and just like that, Gary stepped inside. He looked exactly the same as he had when he hired me. Rumpled button-down shirt, dark bags under his eyes. That tired but unreadable expression, like he had walked out of a nightmare and into the fluorescent light without blinking. I didn't say anything right away. I just stared at him, frozen behind the counter. "You made it," he said. I nodded. He stepped behind the counter like he had done it 1,000 times. I noticed he didn't make eye contact with me. He just grabbed a clipboard from under the desk and began flipping through pages like this was any normal start to any normal day. I had 100 questions I wanted to ask, but I didn't know where to start, and something about him told me not to. He finally looked up and said, "You can go." That was it. No follow-up, no comments, no warning, just those 3 words. So I went. I didn't wait. I didn't clock out. I didn't even grab the snack I had stashed in the break room fridge. I walked out into the gray-blue light of morning and kept walking until I reached my car. And I sat there for a long time. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe more. I didn't even start the engine. I just stared through the windshield at the front of the store. I half expected something to come charging through the glass, but nothing did. Eventually I drove home. The roads were quiet. Everything looked washed out and calm, like the world had no idea what went on under those supermarket lights. I think that bothered me most of all. The way it all looked so normal on the outside, like I had been shoved into another version of reality and then thrown back out without warning. When I got home, I didn't go to bed right away. I stood in my living room for a long time, holding the sheet of rules in one hand, just staring at it. I had folded it and tucked it in my pocket before leaving the store, and now it felt heavier somehow. Like it meant more. I set it down on the kitchen table, but I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. I thought about quitting. I really did. But I didn't. I needed the money, and part of me, the part that still hadn't fully processed what had happened, wanted to know more. Not because I was brave. I wasn't. I was terrified. But I think that fear twisted into something else, something like curiosity. So I went back. I showed up the next night just before midnight. The store was still, the lights were on, and the moment I walked in, the air changed. It was like the walls recognized me now. Gary wasn't there. No one was. Just the silence and the hum of the vents. I headed to the break room like before, expecting to find the same list of rules. But there was a new one. Taped to the wall above the security monitor, written in the same plain typewritten font. Rule number 6. If you see yourself on the security monitor, do not look away. Do not blink. Do not move until the feed changes. I stared at the paper for a long time. My reflection blinked back at me from the dark glass of the monitor, a weird echo in the quiet room. My hands felt cold. I reached up and touched the rule, like maybe it wasn't real, but it was. The tape tugged at the paper when I pulled. It was really there. At 12:15, the phone rang. Not once, just once. A single sharp chime that sent adrenaline shooting through me. I didn't answer it. At 12:57, I started my patrol. Everything looked the same. Every shelf, every box, every rack, exactly where it had been. But it still didn't feel right. It felt like walking through a dream you knew you had already had. Deja vu wrapped in static. I passed the candy aisle and looked straight ahead. I passed aisle 3, empty. I passed aisle 7. The lights above aisle 7 flickered once, not enough to go out, just enough to let me know they remembered me. I walked faster. By the time I got back to the front of the store, I was sweating. I sat behind the counter and stared at the monitor. I don't know how long I sat there before I noticed it. The screen in the upper left corner, that was the feed that showed the front of the store, the checkout area, the register, the exact place where I was sitting. Except now it showed me standing. In the footage, I was behind the counter, same shirt, same pants, but I was standing, staring directly at the camera. And the real me? I hadn't moved at all. I was still sitting. I stared at the feed. And the other me stared back. Neither of us blinked. My chest tightened. My throat felt dry. I remembered the rule. Do not look away. Do not blink. Do not move. So I didn't. The two of us stared at each other through the monitor, both frozen in place. A strange pressure built behind my eyes. My vision blurred. I wanted to look away so badly, just for a second. But I didn't. And then finally the feed glitched. Just for a blink, static for less than a second. When the image returned, I was gone. Not the real me. The one in the camera. And I exhaled for the first time in what felt like hours. I did not move for a long time after that. Even when the image on the monitor changed to another aisle. Even when the normal store feed came back and nothing was there. I just stayed sitting, trying to convince myself that I had imagined it, that maybe the camera had glitched and picked up an old feed or something. But that did not explain the way the other me had stared directly at the lens, or how still he had been, like he was waiting for something. Eventually, I peeled myself out of the chair and went back to the register. I felt shaky, like my arms and legs belonged to someone else. The rest of the store was completely quiet. The lights buzzed overhead like nothing had happened. I spent the next hour doing nothing but walking slow circles around the front of the store. I could not bring myself to go near the break room. I could not bring myself to look at the monitors again. I just stayed in view of the front doors, pacing, breathing, counting seconds like it would keep me grounded. Around 2:30, I heard the doors rattle. I stopped mid-step. My eyes flicked to the glass, and there was someone standing outside. At first I thought it was just a customer, a real, actual person who had wandered up during some late-night drive, but then I saw what they were wearing, a hospital gown. Thin and pale blue fluttering in the breeze, their skin looked grayish under the parking lot lights, and their hands were pressed against the glass like they were trying to look inside. Then they started knocking. Not loud, not fast, just 3 slow, hollow knocks. I stepped back. The rules had not said anything about this. No mention of someone in a hospital gown. No instructions on what to do. I did not know if that was worse or better. The knocking stopped. They lowered their hands and stepped away from the glass, but they did not leave. They just stood there, watching. I ducked down behind the counter and stayed there. I do not know how long I sat, breathing shallowly and trying to listen for movement. When I finally peeked back up, the person was gone. The parking lot was empty again. I stayed behind the counter until 3. Then I remembered the bread aisle. Rule 4. Check the bread aisle at 3. If a loaf is missing, lock the doors and hide in the break room until 3:17. I checked the clock. 2:59 and 30 seconds. I swallowed hard. My legs ached as I forced myself upright. I walked slowly, one step at a time, toward the back of the store, toward the bread aisle. Everything looked normal at first glance. Rows of packaged white and wheat loaves, English muffins, bagels, all sitting neatly on the shelves. I walked the length of the aisle. My eyes scanned every shelf, every row, looking for a gap, looking for something missing. Nothing. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding. 3 o'clock ticked by on the monitor behind me. I stood in that aisle for another minute just to be sure. Then I headed back to the front. I had almost reached the end of the aisle when the lights flickered. It was quick, barely a second, but they all went dark, then came back on, the kind of thing that would not matter in any normal place, in a normal job, but here, every flicker meant something. When I stepped out of the aisle, I saw something on the floor. A smear of red, long and thin, like someone had dragged a finger through a puddle of blood and drawn it along the tile. I did not follow it. I headed straight for the break room and locked the door. I sat in the chair again, staring at the monitor. All the feeds looked normal. I kept flipping through them, checking every aisle, every corner. Nothing seemed out of place. But I could not stop thinking about that red smear, the way it just appeared out of nowhere, the lights flickering, the feeling I got in the bread aisle. Something was off. Then I heard it. The sound of laughter. High-pitched, childlike, coming from somewhere near the back of the store. Rule 5. If you hear children laughing after 4, do not move, do not speak, do not leave the register. I checked the clock. It was 3:36. Too early. I turned the volume down on the monitor and leaned closer. The laughter grew louder. It echoed strangely, like it was coming from far away and right behind me at the same time. I stared at the screen. Nothing. Then something flashed past one of the cameras. Just a blur, small, fast, gone before I could really see it. I flipped back to the feed. Nothing there now. The laughter was still going. I checked the time again. 3:38. I did not know what to do. The rule said after 4, not at 3, but it also did not say what to do if it happened early. So I sat. I kept my eyes on the screen, switching between feeds, trying to catch another glimpse of movement. I thought about calling someone, but who would I call? Gary? The police? What would I even say? Hi, there are invisible children running around the store. Please help. The laughter went on for another 5 minutes. Then it stopped. All at once, like a door had slammed shut somewhere far away. I sat in silence, waiting for it to come back, but it didn't. At 4:15, I left the break room. I did my last patrol slowly, checking every aisle. No sign of movement, no red smears. The hospital gown figure was gone. The air felt cold, but still. When I returned to the front, I found a note sitting on the counter. Just a single torn scrap of receipt paper. On it, in the same typewritten font as the rules, were 4 words. "You are doing well." I stared at it for a long time. I did not see anyone come in. I did not hear the doors. The parking lot was still empty. But someone or something had left that for me. I folded the note and put it in my pocket. I did not know why. It just felt like something I should keep. The note stayed in my pocket, and I kept touching it every few minutes without realizing it. Just feeling the paper between my fingers gave me this weird reassurance, like as long as it was there, I hadn't lost my mind completely, but I didn't know who left it, or why, or what the hell it meant. "You are doing well." What did that mean really? That I was surviving, that I hadn't broken the rules yet, that whatever was watching me had decided I was worth keeping around. I tried not to think too hard about it. The clock said 4:32. I had just under an hour and a half left of my shift, which didn't sound like a lot, but after everything that had happened, it felt like a lifetime. I didn't trust the silence anymore. I didn't trust the lights, or the monitors, or even my own footsteps echoing in the aisles. Everything had a weight to it now, like the building was listening. I stayed at the front register for a while, standing perfectly still. I didn't want to move. I was afraid that if I walked around again, I might find something else I wasn't supposed to see. But I also knew I couldn't stand still forever. The rules didn't say anything about freezing up, but it felt like a bad idea. Like the store expected you to keep going, to keep participating. So I started walking again. Nothing dramatic. Just a short walk from one end of the counter to the other, like pacing in a cage. I tried to breathe normally. I tried to tell myself it would all be over soon. And then the lights flickered again. Not just a blink this time. They dimmed, flickered hard, and then came back. The entire store went dark for half a second, like it had inhaled. I froze in place. Everything looked normal when the lights returned, but that didn't make me feel better. I looked over at the clock. 4:40. No rules for this exact time. Nothing I could reference to figure out what was happening. Then I saw movement on the far end of the store. It wasn't fast, just a slow shape slipping between aisles. I squinted at it, trying to get a better look, but the light above that section of the store flickered again and made it impossible to tell what I was seeing. I took a slow step backward, retreating toward the break room. If I was being honest, I didn't know why that room felt safe. It was just a box with a cheap desk and a chair and a grainy monitor. But something about it, maybe the rules that told me to hide there, maybe the fact that it had saved me once already, made it feel like the only place I could go. I turned the knob, stepped inside, and locked the door. I didn't sit right away. I just stood with my back pressed to the door and listened. Nothing. Then the monitor flickered. It switched from the normal camera feed to static. My heart jumped. I stepped closer slowly, trying to keep my breath steady. The static gave way to a single camera anglo-one that was not part of the regular rotation. I had never seen this view before. It was an overhead shot, like it had been taken from somewhere near the ceiling. And it was looking directly into the break room. My stomach dropped. There was no camera in here, at least not one I had ever seen. I spun around, scanning the ceiling. Nothing. But on the monitor, I was staring at myself, from above, just standing there, looking around like an idiot. Then the version of me on the screen turned and looked directly into the lens. I staggered back from the monitor. My legs hit the desk and I nearly fell. The image stayed for another few seconds, and then the monitor cut back to the usual feed. The grainy, flickering view of aisle 12 returned like nothing had happened. I was shaking again. I sank into the chair and buried my face in my hands. I stayed like that for a while, just breathing, trying to keep it together. Eventually, the adrenaline faded and the fatigue kicked in. I felt it all at once. Every second I had been awake hit me in the gut. My limbs felt heavy. My eyes burned. I checked the clock again. 5:12. 48 more minutes. I needed something to focus on, so I did one last sweep of the cameras. Every aisle looked empty, every shelf untouched, except in aisle 3, someone had left a coat hanging from one of the end caps. It looked like the long coat the man from earlier had been wearing, the one I was told not to approach. I stared at it on the screen, trying to convince myself it was just a coincidence, a forgotten item. Something someone dropped and no one noticed. But it wasn't there before. I was sure of it. I didn't want to go check, but a part of me knew I had to. I stepped out of the break room, gripping the rule sheet in one hand like it might protect me. I walked slowly toward aisle 3. When I turned the corner, the coat was gone. There was nothing there. I stood for a few seconds, not knowing what to do. Then I turned around. The coat was hanging from a hook at the end of the opposite aisle now. It had moved. I backed away, fast. I didn't want to look at it. I didn't want to touch it. I just returned to the register and tried to act like I hadn't seen it. I did not want to find out what happened if I broke whatever rule I had just triggered. The rest of the shift crawled by. 5:25, 5:32. I watched the clock more than I watched the monitors. I didn't leave the counter again. I barely breathed. Finally, at 5:59, the lights in the store brightened slightly. The buzzing overhead softened. The hum of the refrigerators steadied. And I knew it was over. 6 o'clock hit like a blessing. I grabbed my jacket, tossed the rule sheet into my bag, and walked straight out the front doors. The sky was pale and empty. A breeze rolled across the lot, quiet and clean. I got into my car, started the engine, and drove home without looking back once. I didn't speak to anyone that morning. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep much either. I just lay in bed, holding that folded piece of receipt paper in my hand like a lifeline. You are doing well. I wasn't sure what that meant anymore, but I was still alive. And somehow that felt like it had to count for something. I didn't go back the next night. I told myself I would. I even got as far as setting my alarm and laying out my uniform on the chair by the bed. But when the time came, when the sun went down and that strange humming in my chest started again, I just sat there, watching the clock, watching it tick closer to midnight, and I never moved. I didn't call Gary, I didn't quit, I didn't send a message, I just disappeared, and a part of me hoped they wouldn't care, that maybe I was just one of many. Maybe someone else had already been hired to take my place. But the phone didn't ring. No one showed up at my door. No one chased me. And for a while, that was worse. I started sleeping during the day. I couldn't handle the nights. Every noise outside my apartment made me flinch. A neighbor coming home, a car alarm down the street. I kept the lights on. I unplugged the phone. I blocked the front door with a chair, even though I knew how dumb that was. But I needed something between me and them, between me and that place. I don't even know what they are. I still don't. But something changed after that last shift. I could feel it. I felt watched, not in a paranoid way, but like something really was watching. I'd go to grab groceries and feel it in the back of my skull, like invisible fingers trailing down my neck. I stopped going out unless I had to. I didn't tell anyone. I couldn't imagine trying to explain it. Not without sounding insane. Then, 2 weeks later, the envelope arrived. No return address, just my name, written in neat handwriting across the front. I stood there for a long time before opening it. My hands were shaking. I didn't want to see what was inside, but I couldn't leave it alone either. There was only one thing inside. A single folded piece of receipt paper. Thank you for your service. You may now rest. I sat down on the floor. I don't even know why. It wasn't like the note made sense. But the moment I read it, something uncoiled in me, something that had been wound tight for weeks. It was over. Whatever I had been part of, whatever I had survived, it was finished now. And somehow, I believed it. I could breathe again. I could sleep. I could eat without that twisting in my stomach. That night, I slept for 10 straight hours without waking once. And then, life went on. Sort of. I got a new job a month later. Nothing special. Just a delivery gig with a small company that didn't ask questions. I liked it. Driving around, windows down, music up. It felt clean, real, normal. I didn't forget, though. I never forgot. There are still moments when I'll walk through a store and see a shadow in the wrong place, or hear footsteps that don't match the people around me. I'll catch a flicker on a screen, a voice behind me, a cold spot in an aisle. But I don't look. I don't acknowledge it. Because I know the rules, even now, I remember every single one. Sometimes late at night, I think about Gary, about the way his eyes shifted that last time I saw him, about how calm he was, like he wasn't even surprised by anything I said, like he'd heard it all before. I think about the people who came before me, how many there were, how many broke the rules, how many never got to see that sunrise. And I wonder what made me different, why I made it out. But then I remember that little note, "You are doing well." Maybe that's all it was, following instructions, obeying the rules, playing the part. Maybe that's what they wanted all along. One night, maybe 5 or 6 months later, I was driving through a small town about 30 minutes from where I used to live. My route had taken me a little off course, down a back road I didn't recognize. Nothing unusual, just one of those areas where the GPS signal dips and the street signs are covered in grime. I was looking for a gas station. And then I saw it. A supermarket. Not the one I worked at, not the same name. But something about the shape of the building, the way the lights glowed from inside, the way the parking lot sat perfectly still in the dark, it gave me this horrible sense of déjà vu. I parked across the street. I wasn't planning to go in. I just wanted to look, just for a second. From where I was sitting, I could see a lone figure behind the front counter. A kid, maybe early 20s, pale. He looked bored, tired, like someone waiting for a long night to end. I sat there with my hands on the wheel. I thought about going inside, just to say something, to warn him. But what would I even say? He wouldn't believe me, no one would. And even if he did, what good would it do? So I turned the car back on, drove off, didn't look back. Because the truth is, some people have to learn the rules for themselves. I survived, but not because I was special, not because I was brave, just because I listened. And I think that's what it wants. That's what they want. Obedience. Respect. Fear. You learn quickly that fear is a kind of currency in places like that. If you don't have enough of it, you're gone. You break a rule, you ask too many questions, you think you're smarter than the list taped to the counter and you're done. I kept my head down. I did what I was told. And I made it out. Not everyone does. So if you're reading this, if you ever take a job that feels too easy, too convenient, too vague, pay attention. Ask yourself why they're hiring someone with no questions, no forms, no training. And if they hand you a list of rules that sound insane, follow them. Every single one. Because once you clock in, you don't want to find out what happens if you break the rules.